Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 141. Lu Yin himself hadn't sensed it, but because of his serious art, he had sensed the danger at the last moment and instinctively dodged. Star energy streaked past and shot into the void, creating ripples. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity that Lulu had been defeated by this move. He had thought that blocking Lu Yin's palm technique would allow him to defeat Lu Yin, but he had managed to dodge at the last moment. Lu Yin retreated and stared at Xiao Luo solemnly. This guy's attack had been silent, and if not for his serious arts protection he would have lost. Lulu's defeat wasn't unjust. This guy looked gentle but he was actually very sinister. His control of star energy was terrifying, and Lu Yin was certain that Xiao Luo's star energy control surpassed his own, or even everyone else's. What had Lu Yin seen in stargazing deck all this time? How sinister, Lu Yin exclaimed. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. Don't say that, it's just that the angle of the attack was a little remote. Lu Yin was speechless. How was that remote? Normal people couldn't even see it. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like he couldn't take a bite out of Xiao Luo. He was certain that any attack powered by star energy would have a hard time defeating him, so it seemed like battle force was the only way. Lu Yin didn't believe that Xiao Luo had such great control over his physical body. As he thought about it, battle force that was almost invisible seeped out of his body, and Lu Yin's gaze became resolute. Xiao Luo suddenly raised a hand. I admit defeat. Lu Yin was stunned and so were the others. They were clearly evenly matched and Xiao Luo even had the slight advantage. Why did he admit defeat? Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin and said bitterly, You used battle force, what else can I say? I'm still helpless against it. Lu Yin retracted his battle force and stared into Xiao Luo's eyes. After a while he knew that Xiao Luo wasn't lying. He really was helpless against battle force. It seemed that his weakness was his physical body. It wasn't that Xiao Luo's body was weak, but that it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to other melders, Xiao Luo's physical strength was definitely not weak, but compared to Lu Yin he was far from it, especially since Lu Yin could use battle force. Lu Yin wins the last match, Big Pao announced loudly. With this announcement the freshman competition should have ended, provided that no one challenged Lu Yin. Is there anyone who wants to challenge someone else? Little Pao asked. Zhao Yilong stood up with great difficulty and glanced at Lu Yin and Xiao Luo in dissatisfaction. He then looked at Silver but after some thought he decided not to challenge Silver. He had already realized his own position. He was one of the weakest students in Astral 10. Hui Day Knight was just as indignant. He had lost in the first round but when he looked at Lu Yin, Xiao Luo, Michelle, Dark Void and the rest he wisely chose not to challenge them. The Day Knight clan's invincible glory was useless here, and he calculated that he might not even make it into the top 5. Lulu was eager to give it a try and she stared at Lu Yin excitedly but he ignored her. Alright, since there are no more challengers, then Astral 10's freshman tournament is officially over. I hereby announce that Lu Yin is the champion. From now on, Lu Yin will be the leader of Astral 10's freshmen and will be responsible for supervising the other freshmen in the same batch. The academy will also give him the right to judge within a reasonable range. Does anyone object? Michelle was the first to disagree. That's impossible. We're here to study. We shouldn't be supervised by our peers. Hui Day Knight also spoke up. My Day Knight clan doesn't have the habit of listening to others. Meng Yu snorted and didn't say anything but his attitude was clear. The others didn't say anything either but their eyes flashed with displeasure. No one wanted to be overshadowed. Lu Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected this to be the prize for the freshman competition. Once it was confirmed he could control the other students. Little Pao scanned the crowd and said, The so-called supervision and judgment means that no one has the right to interfere with your freedom within a reasonable range. If you feel that something is unreasonable, you can raise an objection to the mentors. Also, this isn't just a rule of Astral 10. It's a rule of the entire Astral Combat Academy. The other 9 academies also have their own leaders, but they're more used to calling them realm masters. Meng Yu and the rest were confused. They had never heard of a realm master before but Michelle and Hui Day Knight had. Their eyes twinkled. That's right, the realm masters of the other academies were extremely powerful. They hadn't considered the realm masters before but now that they thought about it, A realm master would naturally be the leader. The Council of Astral Academy can decide the direction of the entire Astral Combat Academy, and the 10 Arbiters Council can even change the structure of the universe. A leader's authority over his peers is nothing. If you have any objections, you can leave the academy. Astral 10 won't force you, Big Pao said solemnly, his expression completely different from before. No one objected. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Leader? Realm Master? No, a Realm Master was a leader, but that didn't mean that he was a Realm Master. Lu Yin wasn't even an Area Master yet, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? The 3 Realms 6 Dao's next target was the Astral Combat Academy. He really wanted to see how terrifying an Area Master or even a Realm Master could be. Right, there's a second reward for all of you, Little Pao said. He then looked up at the sky. Mentors, have you chosen? Everyone was puzzled. It was the Sand Master. Lulu Mavis, Meng Yu and Schutz come to the Sand Ocean. Silver, Dark Void and Zhao Yilong come to the Rain Observatory. Sora, Coco come to the Stargazing Deck. Xiao Luo, Hui Day Night come to the Trial Zone entrance. Lu Yin, Michelle come to the Treasury. Everyone was confused, but Little Pao smiled at them. Congratulations, the mentors have decided to officially teach you. Work hard, you only have one chance. Everyone was overjoyed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The mentors had made a move, and this was a joyous occasion. He had received the Rain Master and Sand Master's help, and not only had he broken through to the Melder realm, but he had also developed 3 stacks to 9 stacks. His flash step now had limitless possibilities, and breaking through Dark Void's seal was his current limit. Had the mentors finally decided to officially teach him? Go. We'll follow the mentors' instructions, Big Pao said enviously. They had been in Astral 10 for many years, but had never received such treatment. Xiao Luo's eyes flickered and he left with a warm smile. Silver and the rest left one after another. Lulu waved her fist at Lu Yin before leaving and Zhao Yilong's eyes lit up. He would definitely challenge these people again. The new student competition had allowed everyone to see each other's strength clearly. Some were shocked while others were excited. Michelle was still in shock. The strength of Astral 10's new students had far exceeded her expectations. Even with her strength, she had been eliminated in the first round. This was something that would have been impossible in any other academy. Lu Yin remembered that he and Michelle had been called out by Old Kai. He looked at Michelle and wondered what was wrong with her. Hey, let's go to the treasury, Lu Yin called out to her. She glanced at him with an indifferent expression and turned to leave. Lu Yin was helpless. This girl and her sister were polar opposites. One was charming and seductive, while the other only had looks but was as cold as an iceberg. What a waste of her beauty. After everyone left, Big Pao sighed. I never thought that so many geniuses would appear when Astral 10 was on the verge of collapse. The president even managed to get those people to help him. Seems like he wants to take a gamble. Little Pao's eyes flashed. Bro, we should do something. We can't let the juniors look down on us. Big Pao felt a headache coming on. Fighting for area masters no problem, but realm masters are a little troublesome. The 9 realm masters aren't easy to deal with and we might not be able to handle them even if we work together. Let's give it a try. We can't give up even if there's only a sliver of a chance. But now is not the time. We need to open a path for them and not force ourselves, Little Pao muttered to himself. Big Pao stretched lazily. We haven't fought in so many years that those people have forgotten about us. We, the prodigies of Astral 10, were also famous in the ported battles. I hope there are still people who remember us. The treasury was as usual. Old Kai's mustache twitched as he looked at the boy and girl in front of him. He sighed lazily. To be honest, I don't know how to teach you. I can only give you some missions. Try your best to complete them. There's no mission suitable for me, Michelle said indifferently. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's not an academy mission but a personal one. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I've been tasked by the president to teach you, so it's fine if you don't want to. Michelle's eyes flashed and she thought about it. All right, I'll do it. What about you? Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. I'm fine with it. Since you're fine with it, go win 100 ported battles and have some fun in the 6 Daos. Lu Yin was astonished. 6 Daos? Can go? Nonsense. You can go as long as you win 100 ported battles. Hurry up and disappear. Let me think of a suitable place for this girl, Old Kai said impatiently. Lu Yin glanced at Michelle and then turned to leave. Old Kai thought about it for a while and then his eyes lit up. I remember. When I was traveling through the frost wave weave, I found a good place that's suitable for you. He then smiled strangely. Michelle frowned. How wretched. Everyone had their own opportunities. Lu Yin didn't see Xiao Luo and Hui Day Night when he reached the trial zone entrance, so they had probably been sent out by the trial master. He didn't ask any questions and stepped into the teleportation stone, beginning to aim for 100 victories in the 3 realms and 6 daos. With Lu Yin's current strength, there were very few melders who could defeat him. He could basically crush any melder he ran into, and only Lemeters or even stronger could defeat him. On the first day, Lu Yin won 19 matches and lost 5. Of those he had won 8 in a row, but he had been stopped by a Lemeter. That Lemeter possessed battle force and had used it to forcefully crush Lu Yin, shattering his internal organs. Although one-line battle force was only the beginning stages of battle force, it still surpassed Lu Yin's basic battle force. On the second day, Lu Yin won 13 battles, but his luck was even worse than the first day. He ran into several space-exploring powerhouses, and one of them was so strong that he couldn't even retaliate. His entire body was suppressed by an invisible force and he was instantly defeated. That kind of strength shocked Lu Yin, and he had to wait outside the teleportation stone for a full 2 hours before recovering. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 142. On the third day, the fourth and the fifth, Lu Yin finally obtained 100 victories. Lu Yin 100 victories, 73 defeats. Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation stone's range and sighed in relief. He had finally achieved 100 victories, which had not been easy. In 5 days he had suffered 27 defeats. With his current strength, it would have been very difficult for him to experience so many defeats without the help of a space-exploring powerhouse. He could challenge those above his realm and ordinary Lemeters were no match for him. Only a few talented Lemeters could defeat him, not to mention melders. Unfortunately, the ported battles did not limit strength, and anyone from the younger generation could participate as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Where did so many young space-exploring powerhouses come from? Lu Yin was speechless. Still, the highest he had achieved in 5 days was 12 consecutive victories, which was not bad. He recalled that Big Pao had said that winning 30 consecutive battles was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings, and if he was lucky he might be able to achieve it. Lu Yin walked over to the trial master and respectfully asked, "Mentor, may I enter the trial zone?" The old man opened his sleepy eyes. "Yes, you may enter." Lu Yin was confused. "Enter? Where?" The old man pointed behind him, but he did not say anything else. Lu Yin reached out and went past the old man. The void rippled like the surface of a lake and a portion of his finger disappeared. This was another space. He had heard that powerhouses who surpassed the hunter realm could open up the void, and it turned out to be true. Lu Yin took a deep breath and felt as if he had come into contact with another side of the universe. He retracted his hand, but there was nothing wrong with his palm. Without any hesitation he stepped past the old man and stepped into the invisible void. After Lu Yin left, the old man opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. After passing through the void ripples, Lu Yin's surroundings changed. He was no longer in a boundless grassland, but a giant cliff that towered into the clouds. It was unknown how wide it was, but it blocked his path forward. He looked up, but he could not see the top. All he could see was a thick layer of clouds. The entire cliff was surrounded by a layer of distorted light, and it was impossible to see how far it went. Enter. This mountain is the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos trial zones. All you need to do is silently recite the name of the zone you wish to enter. Just like the teleportation stone, your consciousness will enter as a medium while your physical body will remain behind. You will be protected by the trial zone mountain, and no one will be able to harm you, the trial master's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin stared at the majestic cliff in awe. The key that covered the entire cliff was the entrance to the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was also Astral Ten's greatest treasure. He didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formless light. He casually walked to a depression at the bottom of the cliff and sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a while, he finally muttered the words, Tao of Purgatory. The next moment he felt as if he had traveled through time and space. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that everything was black. Whether it was the mountains, the earth, the plants, or the water, everything was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory of the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Lu Yin looked at his body and saw that it was exactly the same as his original body. He had looked the same in the ported battles, but in the trial zones, everything looked the same as in the real world. This place was much more advanced than the ported battles. Lu Yin looked at the black river not too far away, and in its reflection he saw the word 10 on the back of his hand glowing faintly. This was Astral 10's symbol. Lu Yin took a step forward, but his head suddenly shook as countless strange sounds rang out in his ears. They sounded like war drums but also like the wails of countless people. His consciousness was under pressure and his body was under the same pressure. He shook his head and exhaled, smiling bitterly. So this was a trial zone. It was truly interesting, but he didn't know how large it was. Not long after Lu Yin entered the Tao of Purgatory, a piece of news spread to the human domain and shook the universe. The human domain had been defeated. The universe was currently divided into 4 major star fields: the human star field, the space beast star field, the lost technological civilization star field, and the unknown star field. All this time, the 4 star fields had been embroiled in endless wars and were extremely cruel. From ancient times until now, countless lives had been lost. Everything had been normal at first, but recently the Space Beast Starfield and the Lost Technological Civilization Starfield had joined forces to attack the human starfield. After an unprecedented battle, the human domain had suffered a crushing defeat. Countless experts had died and the human domain's territory had been invaded. The most obvious change was that a third of Endless Weave's territory had been lost, and it had become a paradise for astral beasts. Astral 9 had retreated in time and had not been affected. This defeat had shaken the entire human domain. Countless people were enraged and countless experts at the border had shed blood. This had almost caused the human domain to descend into chaos. The astral war had engulfed the entire human race. Regardless of whether it was the outer verse or the inner verse, whether it was the Day-Night clan or the Mavis clan, or even the Astral Combat Academy, many powerhouses had fought for the human domain at the border. This crushing defeat had killed countless human powerhouses, and the heavens had lost their luster. Even though there were people who wanted to counterattack, the human domain was unable to hold its own against 2 great astral domains, and a pessimistic mood began to spread. Under such circumstances, the Dean of Astral One stood up and proposed to the 10 Arbiters Council that the Astral Combat Tournament should be held in order to raise the human domain's morale and intimidate their enemies. The 10 Arbiters Council agreed to hold the tournament open to the entire human domain. Any civilization that had reached a certain level of strength would be able to watch the tournament, and they would be able to directly understand the power of the universe's top academy, the Astral Combat Academy. At the same time, the tournament's rewards were also announced: a powerful technique that had been passed down since ancient times, a seat in the 10 Arbiters Council, and precious items sponsored by various great powers. When the decision was announced, the entire universe was in an uproar. The news spread at an extremely fast speed from the innerverse to the outerverse in just a few hours, and it left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone in the universe knew about the upcoming Astral Combat Tournament. In Astral 4, the Astral Combat Tournament has already caused quite a stir. Because of the human domain's defeat, the various powers have been unable to withstand the pressure. We have no choice but to raise the human domain's morale. The rewards will definitely be very tempting. First place will be difficult, but I'm determined to get into the top 10. In Astral 6, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Daobo, I don't believe that you're really that strong. The day of the tournament will be the day that you'll be defeated. In Astral 7, this is troublesome. The rewards are too tempting. Those hidden powerful disciples will definitely swarm into the 10 academies. The competition is already intense, and with the addition of those powerhouses and the freaks who have broken free from the ice seal, this tournament will surpass all previous tournaments. In Astral 8, Craner, don't disturb me. Also, pay close attention to Feng Shang. I want to know where his bottom line is. Only Realm Masters have the qualifications to fight for the top 10 in the Astral Combat Tournament. Only by defeating him will I have any hope of winning. In Astral 9. In previous tournaments, the top 3 academies have always taken half of the top 10. The strongest are always from the top 3 academies. I don't believe it. This time I'll lead Astral 9 to become the strongest. In Astral 10, the Sand Master was torturing Schutz while looking at his gadget, deep in thought. They want to use the Astral Combat Tournament to promote the human domain's strength and use it to recruit soldiers? That's not bad. At the very least, we'll be able to see the talents of some of the powerful clans in this tournament. How nostalgic. I wonder how many people will be able to gain the favor of those powerhouses. If they're accepted as disciples, the entire situation will change. Some people had guessed correctly. When news of the Astral Combat Tournament spread throughout the entire universe, the various academies immediately received countless applications to enter the academy. Many of these applications came from powerful organizations, and there were even some ancient organizations that many people had thought had gone extinct. Now they had reappeared. Unfortunately, no one wanted to join Astral 10. This tournament was too important, and Astral 10 had been at the bottom for so many years, which had caused many people to lose their confidence. Only the Outerverse organizations wanted to join, but unfortunately Astral 10 did not care about those organizations at all. The Sand Master simply sealed off Astral 10 and refused to accept anyone. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. At this moment he was standing on a broken bridge, and across it was a man who was staring at him coldly. Scram. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Be more polite. The man looked at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. He sneered. Astral 10? Long time no see. I didn't expect someone from Astral 10 to come to the Tao of Purgatory. One last thing, Scram, or I'll kill you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly and his body disappeared. The next moment he reappeared in front of the man and grabbed him. You're asking for it, the man yelled as he pulled out his sword and slashed at Lu Yin. There was a clang as the sword broke and Lu Yin grabbed the man's neck. The man's face turned red and he kicked out, but Lu Yin smashed him into the ground and shattered the broken bridge. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Lu Yin in shock. You're not a melder? Lu Yin coldly replied. You dare to be so impudent with me with your strength? You're not even second to last in Astral 10. He didn't believe Lu Yin's words at all. Astral 10 was famous for being weak, and while he wasn't strong, he wasn't the weakest either. This person in front of him had to be the strongest in Astral 10. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He could only admit that he was unlucky. No matter how weak the Outerverse was, there would still be 1 or 2 geniuses. His guess was partially correct. Lu Yin was indeed the strongest in Astral 10, but Lu Yin's words were also correct. He was publicly acknowledged as the weakest, but with his extreme speed and the large syringe's defense, this person was no match for him. He wasn't even second to last in Astral 10. Tell me, where's the closest training ground? Lu Yin asked coldly. The man was terrified and hurriedly answered, there's a mountain range less than 500 kilometers from here called Spear Mountain. The entire mountain range is shaped like a spear and gives off a murderous aura. Rumor has it that someone once comprehended a peerless spear technique there. You can try it out. Lu Yin released his hand. Spear Mountain? Who's the area master? Lu Yin asked again. The man gulped and answered fearfully, Frankfurt, one of Astral X's area masters in the Tao of Purgatory. Is he very powerful? Lu Yin asked. The man nodded. Very powerful. He's a kilometer, and he also comprehended a spear technique at Spear Mountain. Furthermore, he has 2-line battle force. Lu Yin's expression changed. 2-line battle force? That was absolutely terrifying. Lu Yin had been defeated by someone with 1-line battle force during the ported battles, and now he might not even be able to fight back against Frankfurt. Were all area masters such existences? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 143. It wasn't that strange, as area masters and realm masters were both kilometers. They were weaker than realm masters, but they could dominate the entire academy and were one of the few powerhouses who could compete with realm masters. Aside from Astral 10, the other 9 academies all had realm masters and area masters. However, there were only a few area masters, and they were the true peak existences of the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin was shocked by Frankfurt's strength, but he had no intention of competing with such a person. He looked at the man and asked, "Why did you let me go the moment you saw me?" The man was surprised. "Is this your first time in the trial zones?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he waved his hand, causing the broken bridge to shatter. The Sky Beast claw's mark could be clearly seen as it brushed past the man's head, almost injuring him. The man was so frightened that he hurriedly explained, "Ancient sounds can be heard in the trial zones, whether it's the wails of a battlefield, war songs, or even cultivation techniques. However, the chances are very small, and the more people there are in a certain area, the smaller the chances are. That's why no one wants to get too close to others outside of the training grounds." Lu Yin understood. There was such a thing. What a mysterious place. Ancient sounds could be heard. Not long after, Lu Yin released the man. He was just an ordinary melder from Astral 6 and didn't know much. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the training grounds, and Lu Yin had already asked around. He hadn't expected that there would be so many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. Just hearing this from this man was enough to shock him. Fortunately, those famous powerhouses were too far away from him. What he needed to do now was to go to Spear Mountain and see one of the rare training grounds in the Tao of Purgatory. The Tao of Purgatory was huge and all he could see was darkness. Lu Yin didn't walk quickly under 50 times the normal gravity, as he had to be on guard against any possible attacks. The trial zones weren't just filled with Astral Combat Academy students, but there were also strange creatures called war spirits. They couldn't really be considered living creatures, but according to the man's explanation, war spirits were images left behind by people who had battled in the trial zones. They retained the strength of those who had battled in the trial zones. There was no way to explain it, but after countless years of investigation, there were countless cases that proved that the war soul was just an image. It had no life characteristics, no appearance, no intelligence, and nothing at all. It was just an image, but it had a physical body and was extremely aggressive. Any student who encountered a war soul would have a fierce battle. This was one of the dangers of the trial zones. Of course, not all battles would result in the formation of fighting souls. The probability was very small. Otherwise, after countless years, fighting souls would have already spread throughout the trial zones. According to current statistics, there were not many war souls, so the biggest enemy in the trial zones was still the students. When Lu Yin had first heard about war spirits, he had felt strange. War spirits gave him the feeling that the creator of the trial zones had specially created opponents based on the trial taker's strength. If the 9 trial zones were a game, then war spirits would be monsters that were tailored to the trial taker's strength. They would never disappear, and the stronger the trial takers were, the stronger their war spirits would be. Could the trial zones have been created by some ancient existence in the Astral Combat Academy? He looked around, and when he looked up, he saw a giant planet in the sky. These should be the trial zone's moons. There were 3 in total, and they were bright and pure. This place was also divided into day and night, and there was also a sun. And now, because of these 3 moons, a path was illuminated for the Tao of Purgatory. More and more disorderly footprints appeared on the ground, and after walking for a few hours, he finally saw a path that was obviously man-made. He knew that he wasn't far from Spear Mountain. Thump. The earth trembled and shockwaves accompanied by spatial distortions swept out in all directions. Many large black trees were uprooted. Lu Yin peeked through the branches and saw 2 students fighting in the distance. They were both Lemeters and wielded spears. "Give up. With your aptitude, you won't be able to graduate. With me here, don't even think about going to Spear Mountain," one of them shouted arrogantly. Across from him, the other student had a gloomy expression. "It's my freedom to go wherever I want. Besides, I'll definitely graduate successfully and join the 10 Arbiters Council." What a joke. Anyone who can join the 10 Arbiters Council after graduation is a powerhouse with a high ranking. You don't have the qualifications. Die. Boom. The earth trembled once more. There were quite a few Lemeters in the Astral Combat Academy. It was difficult to join the Astral Combat Academy, but it was equally difficult to leave. You either had to become an explorer and voluntarily graduate, or you had to be older than the younger generation and be expelled from the academy. Throughout history, there had been many students who had been expelled, and it could even be said that the number of students who had graduated outnumbered the number of students who had become explorers. These two Lemeters looked to be less than 10 years older than Lu Yin. They were both in their 30s and they still had 10 more years to stay. If they failed to break through to the Explorer realm, they would be forcibly expelled, and their names would no longer appear on the Astral Combat Academy's student registry. Lu Yin had no interest in interfering with their battle. These two clearly had a personal grudge and it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think too much about it and he circled around the battlefield and headed east. Spear Mountain was right in front of him, and he could already see a small section of the mountain peak that towered into the heavens. It quietly stood tall on the ground, but it seemed to pierce through the void, causing the void to be on the verge of collapse. Just by standing there it was enough to pierce through the void. This was Spear Mountain. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became and he couldn't help but rush forward. The closer he got to Spear Mountain, the more he could feel its indescribable sharpness. Every time he looked at it, he felt as if his gaze would be pierced through. There were a few times when Lu Yin saw a long spear pierce through the void, flickering with a sharp edge that could tear apart the heavens. Suddenly Lu Yin's eyes went slack and he stopped moving. He had heard something that sounded like an angry roar that was extremely sorrowful. The scene in front of him distorted as if he had traveled back in time. He saw a man holding a long spear and slowly raising it. This was an ancient spear technique and the man was about to use it. Suddenly Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he instinctively retreated. A cry of surprise came from where he had been standing. It was a man who was staring coldly at Lu Yin. His body flickered and a long spear appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin was furious. This person had not only launched a sneak attack, but also continued to attack for no reason. His killing intent was obvious and he had interrupted the scene in front of him. This person deserved to die and Lu Yin had no intention of holding back. He disappeared with flash and reappeared behind the man's back, striking out with a palm. The 7-star Sirius palm parted the air, startling the man. The spear thrust backwards, its tip brushing past the Sirius palm and stabbing towards Lu Yin's face. The palm was inferior to the spear in terms of distance, and Lu Yin had no choice but to use Sirius palm to strike the spear. The power of the 7 stars explosion shocked the man, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. It took him a lot of effort to neutralize the power of Sirius palm, but even so his palm was still injured and dripping with blood. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear tip, using 9 stacks to blast the man through the spear. The man could no longer hold on to the spear and let go, taking several steps back with a pale face. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, each step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Lu Yin had no intention of letting him go. He had just seen an ancient scene and might have seen a peerless spear technique, but it had been interrupted by this person. He grabbed the spear tip and smashed it towards the man. The man was not weak, or else he would not have been able to block Lu Yin's Sirius palm. However, he could not block Lu Yin's 9 stacks and without a spear he had no way of retaliating. His body was pierced through by Lu Yin's spear, and he glared at Lu Yin with a sinister expression. "You're ruthless. You asked for it," Lu Yin replied coldly as he let go of the spear tip. He did not ask why this person had attacked him as there were too many reasons. Just the fact that he had seen an ancient scene was enough. Everyone was selfish, and since Lu Yin had seen an ancient scene, this person had assumed that no one else would be able to see it again. It was inevitable that he would launch a sneak attack. Besides, Lu Yin was only a melder, so how strong could he be? Perhaps there was another reason why Astral 10 had been in a disadvantageous position for a long time, and when they reappeared, they would naturally be regarded as no longer worthy of being compared to their former peers. Astral 10 had not made a name for itself in the trial zones for a long time, and as soon as it reappeared, it would definitely be ridiculed and even besieged. Lu Yin had previously understood that Astral 10 had a requirement of 100 victories to enter the trial zones, but the deeper he went, the deeper his understanding became. Astral 10 had been weak for too long. The spear shook a few times before stopping, and the man's body gradually dimmed before finally disappearing. This was the trial zones where one could kill someone, but it was not a true death. This person's body would be fine in the academy, but his spirit would definitely be severely injured. It would probably take some time before he could enter the Tao of Purgatory again. This was just an interlude, But it was a pity that Lu Yin had not been able to witness a peerless spear technique. Lu Yin looked up and saw that Spear Mountain was right in front of him. The towering mountain range was majestic and dignified, and Lu Yin took a deep breath before continuing forward. Not long after, he was stopped by two melders. "Student, may I ask if you use a spear as your weapon?" one of them asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he shook his head. "No. Then you can't go near Spear Mountain. Back off," the other person shouted. Lu Yin frowned. "Why? Who said that one has to use a spear to enter Spear Mountain?" The two looked at each other and sneered. "This is a rule set by Spear Mountain's area master Senior Frankfurt. Why do you think that's the case?" Lu Yin felt helpless. If this was really the case, then there was nothing he could do about it. The area master had absolute authority in his training grounds, and as long as he did not go overboard, no one would oppose him. Furthermore, Frankfurt was a student of Astral 6, and the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was from Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory was Astral SX's headquarters. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before turning around to think of another way. At worst, he could just fake a spear technique and enter. At that moment, a girl calmly walked past Lu Yin and headed towards Spear Mountain. The two melders did not stop her at all. Lu Yin turned around to look at the girl. She was a melder just like him, but she had not been stopped. "Why aren't you stopping her?" The two who had stopped Lu Yin were impatient. "We can stop whoever we want. Do we need to report to you?" Lu Yin raised his brows when he saw the two glance at the back of his hand. He immediately understood that these two must have seen that he was a student of Astral 10, which was why they had stopped him. But strangely, even if Astral 10 students were not well liked, they should not be enemies everywhere. The students of the Astral Combat Academy were not brainless enough to cause trouble for no reason. Thinking about it from another perspective, what if these two were targeting him? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Xiu. It seemed that he was not a nobody in the Astral Combat Academy, and he should have plenty of enemies. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 144. Do you know me? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two. A strange look flashed across their eyes before they snorted. "No. Hurry up and leave. Spear Mountain isn't a place for someone like you." Lu Yin was certain that these two knew him, which made sense since they were actively looking for trouble. "What if I don't leave?" Lu Yin's voice grew cold as he glanced at the backs of their hands. Even though they tried to block him, he still saw a large 8 character. The 8th Academy? If he remembered correctly, she was from the 8th Academy. There were also experts from the Blaze Realm who had joined the 8th Academy. Their expressions turned ugly. "You don't know what's good for you. Scram or Senior Frankfurt will teach you a lesson." Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "You know me and know that you're not my match, so you're using Frankfurt to scare me. Is Astral 8 full of rats like you?" Crazed words. The two were enraged and they attacked at the same time. Their spears stabbed out at strange angles, perfectly fitting together to seal off the void. Lu Yin was disdainful. Although these two were melders, their control over star energy was only at the physical level, which was far inferior to Craner's. He raised a hand and didn't even try to evade. Instead, he grabbed their spears and used 9 stacks to instantly shatter their palms. The two retreated at the same time, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that they weren't Lu Yin's match, which was why they had wanted to expel him from Spear Mountain and buy time for the Blaze Realm's Limiters to arrive. However, they had been forced to act now, and they couldn't believe that this person's strength had exceeded their expectations. It was rumored that Craner had been defeated by a single move, but this wasn't a single move. It was clear that he couldn't even block a single move. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of the two. He used his star energy to seal off the area, making it impossible for the two to escape with their movement techniques. He raised a palm and pressed down. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air, distorting it. The girl who had already walked away turned back and looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person was so strong that he could easily take on 2 people by himself. He was definitely one of the top melders in the academy. All of a sudden, the woman's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her head and saw the sound of metal clashing coming from the Spear Mountain range. A long spear pierced through the air, piercing towards this place. He was just about to use another palm to finish them off when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He looked up and saw a spear stabbing towards him. The spear wasn't very fast, but it forcefully distorted the void and trapped him in a quagmire. This spear was even more terrifying than using star energy to seal off the area, as it directly distorted the void and made it impossible for anyone to dodge. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he raised a hand. He had originally planned on using his strongest attack to block the attack, but he suddenly stopped and allowed the spear to pierce through his chest. His organs shattered, and his body vanished from the Tao of Purgatory. The two melders from Astral 8 stared at this scene in shock. They watched as the spear slowly dissipated and a chill ran down their spines. "I'll give Jared face and help you out this time. Help me tell him that we'll meet again in the Astral Combat Tournament." A loud and clear voice resounded throughout Spear Mountain. Many people raised their heads in shock. This was Area Master Frankfurt's voice. "Jared?" It was Astral 8's Area Master. The two hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. They heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other excitedly. No matter what, they had helped the Blaze Realm teach Lu Yin a lesson, and that was enough to answer to Area Master Jared. Within Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He had a splitting headache that only subsided after a while. This was the aftereffect of being killed in the trial zones. Every time he was killed, his mind would be damaged and he would need to rest for a while before he could enter again. Of course, he could enter again immediately, but if he was killed again, the consequences would be even more severe. There had been cases of people in history who had turned into idiots after coming out. Although he had been killed, Lu Yin wasn't angry. The strong preyed on the weak, and if he became stronger one day, he would be able to retaliate. Actually, he could have blocked that spear, but he hadn't. He could sense that the spear hadn't been a battle technique and had only been a casual attack. Even so, it still possessed such terrifying power. Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely Frankfurt's doing. The Blaze Realm's Jared was also an area master, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Lu Yin knew that even if he had blocked that spear, he wouldn't have been able to block a second spear, so he might as well give up. There was no need to expose his bottom line too early, as he didn't want to be targeted by another area master. However, Jared was the troublesome one. The people from Astral 8 had tried to cause trouble for him the moment they met, so it definitely had something to do with him. Although Jared couldn't command all of the students from Astral 8, he had no problem commanding those from the Blaze Realm. There weren't many of them, but they were still a hidden danger. Furthermore, Jared also had friends who were all very powerful. Once Lu Yin entered the trial zone, there was a high chance that he would be discovered again. This was a headache. Astral 10 had always attracted a lot of attention, and with Lu Yin's reputation for teasing Shiyu and offending the Blaze Realm, he would be hated by everyone once he entered the trial zones. It seemed that the most important thing right now was to find a backer. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to settle down. Who should I look for? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The first person he thought of was Lulu. The Mavis family was terrifying, and they definitely had some super powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. There might even be a realm master, but he rejected the idea after some thought. Why would the Mavis family help him? Lulu didn't seem to have any authority. What about Xiao Luo? That wouldn't work either. Although this guy was very strong and unfathomable, he always acted as if nothing had anything to do with him. Lu Yin was sure that looking for him would just be a waste of time. Michelle. No, that girl didn't like him. Dark Void? Shamrock Enterprises? He probably wouldn't even answer his questions. Hui Day Night. Forget it, it was a good thing that the Day Night family wasn't after him. Windrift Hall? That wouldn't work either. Zhao Yilong didn't seem to be good at fighting either. Zhao Yilong? Lu Yin completely ignored him. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that his greatest hope was actually Silver. Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this was a secret that no one besides him knew. The Neo-Human Alliance was feared by the entire human domain, which showed just how powerful they were. Perhaps he could use this matter to threaten Silver. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he tried to figure out the feasibility of this plan. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to give up. When he thought about Silver's fox-like smile, he lost all confidence. If he wanted to cooperate with someone like this, he had to force him to submit, or else he would be dragged down with him. He walked out of the trial zone mountain and passed through the formless barrier to appear at the trial zone entrance. The trial master looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. You died so quickly. It's still not enough. It seems like 100 victories isn't enough. You should increase it a bit. Lu Yin was speechless. Increase it? If others found out that he had increased the number of victories in the trial zone because of him, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Mentor, you can't blame me. It was the area master who made a move. The trial master was astonished. Area master? Kid, you're quite the troublemaker. Even the area master tried to kill you. Lu Yin was helpless. I've offended too many people in the past. That's true. You're very detestable, the trial master muttered to himself. Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this. I'm leaving. The trial master ignored him. A similar scene was playing out in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin as if he was trash. You were killed so soon after entering. Don't tell others that you're Astral 10's leader. That's too embarrassing. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be blamed. There weren't many in the entire Astral Combat Academy who could withstand an area master's attack, and there probably wasn't anyone in Astral 10. Alright, go fill up your star energy first. There's a huge difference between a peak melder and a novice melder, Old Kai said unhappily. Yes, mentor. Lu Yin turned to leave. Wait, do you have any star crystals? Just absorbing the free star energy in the universe would take your son more than enough time to reach the peak, Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked expectantly at Old Kai. Oh. Old Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yin blinked. Mentor, I said I don't have any. Old Kai roared. If you don't have any, then go earn some. Why are you wasting your breath on me? Are you expecting an old bag of bones like me to make money for you? Lu Yin hurriedly ran off. He knew that the mustached man wasn't reliable. He had thought that the old man would give him some crystals, but there was nothing. He found a random sealed area and set up a circle of natural energy crystals. He then started to absorb star energy. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to absorb, but after some thought he decided against it. Absorbing star energy took a lot of time, and if he reached the peak of the Melder realm in less than a second, even an idiot would know that something was wrong. He couldn't guarantee that no one would see him, so he could only obediently wait. He took out 1,000 star crystals and crushed them. Feeling the boiling star energy, Lu Yin activated the serious art to increase his absorption rate by 7 times. The star energy converged like a tidal storm with him as the eye of the storm and was quickly absorbed. There was a huge difference between a Melder and a Sentinel, the most obvious being the amount of star energy they had. If a Sentinel's star energy reserves could be easily satisfied, then a Melder's were different. Everyone had different amounts of star energy and it could be described as an ocean. For 7 days, Lu Yin crazily absorbed star energy at 7 times the normal rate. 100,000 star crystals were consumed, but he still wasn't satisfied. He opened his eyes, but they were exhausted. He couldn't absorb any more, and it would be difficult to remove the impurities if he absorbed too much at once. He hadn't expected his body to have such a terrifying amount of star energy. 100,000 wasn't enough to satisfy him. Most people didn't even need that much. 100,000 was a terrifying amount, and if not for Shiyu's interference he wouldn't have been able to collect it in such a short time. He still had 20,000 star crystals left, and another 250,000 stored in his Mavis crystal card. He should find some time to withdraw them. As for now, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die in his palm. It was time to roll it. He'd almost been scared to death when he'd rolled a single skin last time. He hoped that his luck would be better this time and it would be best if he could roll 3 pips. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. When the die slowly stopped rolling, 3 pips appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as 2 golden screens appeared in front of him, one above and the other below. They were like 2 golden curtains that were abnormally resplendent. The next moment he naturally knew how to use them. They could raise the level of the items placed on the screens by 1 level. His breathing quickened the moment he learned of this function, and his eyes burned with a passion he'd never seen before. The first thing he thought of was the Sirius art. If he'd upgraded the Sirius chip, what would it have been like? There were battle techniques, weapons, materials, herbs, and so on. Right, there was also the formcast model. Lu Yin immediately took out the formcast model in his body. It had been made for him by the crazy director. He'd assumed that it had been made by the Rainmaster, and it was a precious formcast model that would allow him to undergo a fourth formcast. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 145. Ordinary formcast models could only be used 3 times, which meant that one could reach the Melder realm. For example, the students of the Great Yu Empire only had 3 formcast models. Only some precious formcast models could be used 4 times to reach the Lamita realm. As for the 5 formcast models that could allow one to reach the Explorer realm, they were extremely precious and could not be bought even if one wanted to. They were not something that a hunter could casually create as they consumed a lot of resources. Above the 5 formcast models there was a 6th formcast model. Once that was completed, one could reach the hunter realm. This formcast model was only rumored to be created by some terrifying powerhouse, and it consumed a lot of resources. The Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, was only a hunter. Generally speaking, many cultivators would not be able to obtain another formcast model after 3 formcasts, and they could only cultivate step by step. Some of the more outstanding cultivators could reach the Explorer realm, but that was the limit. Very few could complete 6 formcasts, and such people only existed in legends. Even the Astral Combat Academy did not have one, as those who could complete 6 formcast had already surpassed the cruiser realm and reached the peak, which meant that they would become hunters. There was a huge difference between those in the same realm and those without. Every formcast model was a complete transformation, and not only did it change one's body, but it also allowed one to comprehend the might of the powerhouse who had created the formcast model. This was quite precious, as the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension would be. This was why many terrifying powerhouses were not willing to create formcast models. Not only was the consumption too great, but there was also the possibility of others spying on them. The formcast model in Lu Yin's hands could allow him to undergo 4 formcasts, allowing him to reach the Lamita realm. However, if he upgraded it, he could undergo 5 formcasts. What kind of concept was that? It would surpass countless people of the same generation. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, there were not many powerhouses who could become explorers with 5 formcasts. This was different from slowly cultivating to become an explorer, just like the difference between a formcast model cultivator and a wandering soldier. Lu Yin truly admired the senior who had invented the formcast model, as it had changed the once lifeless cultivation environment. In the past, even those with great innate gifts had to spend a lot of time cultivating. Now, with the advent of formcast models, countless extremely talented youths could easily rise up and surpass the older generation. The 10 arbiters were the most obvious examples of this. With their combined strength, the power of the universe had shifted to the younger generation, which was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Yin shook off his chaotic thoughts and stared at the 2 screens. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the formcast model on the upper layer. As long as the model fell into the lower layer, the upgrade would be complete. Lu Yin stared at the formcast model anxiously, almost wanting to make a move. However, the formcast model did not change at all. He suddenly thought of something. No way, this also requires star energy? Lu Yin had the urge to vomit blood, but he still took out 100 cubes of star crystals and threw them at the light screen. The light screen absorbed the crystals and the formcast model moved down just a tiny bit. It was just a tiny bit, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. And that he wasn't that he was. Once more than 10,000 star crystals were absorbed by the screen, the formcast model dropped by a small amount. Just a small amount. He estimated that the formcast model would require about 300,000 star crystals to upgrade to the next layer. He looked up and sighed. How ruthless. Upgrading the formcast model required 300,000 star crystals, and he only had 260,000 star crystals left on him. It wasn't enough. Helpless. Lu Yin put the formcast model away and watched the screens disappear. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only wait until he had enough crystals. Fortunately, the formcast model had changed a little. He just needed to roll 3 pips to continue. It wasn't a loss. A quintuple formcast model was extremely precious. Only the major powers had it, and Lu Yin knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain it. Now that he had a way, he would upgrade it even if it cost him money. Of course, the quintuple formcast model wasn't the most important thing, but the sixth. How many six-fold formcast models were there in the universe? He didn't know. Nobody did, but they were definitely very few. Even the Blaze realm might not have them. Lu Yin saw hope. I wonder if 6 is the limit? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and his eyes burned with passion. But he quickly hid his thoughts and decided not to think about it for now. If there really was a quintuple formcast model, then it would be fun. It would probably shock the universe. After experimenting with tens of thousands of crystals, Lu Yin realized that he was getting better at spending money. He didn't expect to roll 3 pips, so he only hoped to roll 4 pips and activate the 8 stars as soon as possible. This would increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy and increase the power of his Sirius palm. He guessed that the power of his Sirius palm would surpass that of his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He didn't know how powerful it would be if he added battle force to it, but he was looking forward to it. He rolled the die again and rolled a pip. An exquisite ring fell out with a thump. The material was ordinary, but the craftsmanship amazed even Lu Yin. The translucent metal seemed to have a life of its own. It was a pity that it looked good, but it was useless. Still, the craftsmanship alone made it seem very expensive. On his 3rd try he rolled a pip. What a waste. He realized that the most wasteful thing right now wasn't a pip or even a pip, but a pip. It was a pip that could be used to borrow his innate gift, but he had wasted it every time he rolled the die in a deserted place. This couldn't be allowed. I have to be careful in the future. This is a point that can be used to borrow innate gifts. I can't waste it. There was one last chance left. Rolling 5 times would cause him to faint, so rolling 4 times was just right. He stared blankly as the die slowly stopped spinning and finally showed a pip. A pip. Lu Yin knew that his luck was especially good today as he had rolled both pips and pips. Very soon the scene before him changed and he appeared in the grayish-white time-stop space. He habitually increased the gravity to 60 times, but it was too low. He took out some star crystals and increased the gravity again until it reached 100 times the normal gravity. This was 100 times the normal gravity, which was the limit that only Limeters could withstand. From this, it could be inferred that Lu Yin's physical strength had already surpassed that of most Limeters, but this was still not his limit. Lu Yin didn't know how his physical body had become so terrifying all of a sudden, and it was constantly growing stronger. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think too much about it. He maintained the gravity at 100 times and took out 1,000 star crystals to increase the time limit to a month. He wanted to stay in this space for a month and he had to activate his 8th star. At the same time, a spacecraft appeared at Astral 10's space station. The insignia indicated that it was from the Immerse, and there was a strange image engraved on the outside of the spacecraft. 2 palms that covered a planet. Xia Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the image. It was the symbol of the Lockbreaker Society. Lockbreakers enjoyed special privileges in the universe, and with these privileges came restrictions. The Lockbreaker Society had been born with the goal of gathering lockbreakers to explore the limits of their profession, but everyone knew that the society also existed to restrict lockbreakers. If a lockbreaker committed evil, the consequences would be unthinkable. Many ancient artifacts that had been sealed for so long already had disastrous effects, and if a lockbreaker unlocked them, it would lead to a natural disaster. This was not allowed, so the Lockbreaker Society was supported by many parties to ensure its legitimacy and status. A few days ago, the Trial Master had sent a request to the Lockbreaker Society on Xia Luo's behalf. The purpose of this request was for Xia Luo to join the Lockbreaker Society because he was qualified. The hatch opened and Xia Luo stepped forward. The first to disembark was a group of cultivators. These were soldiers who were directly affiliated with the Lockbreaker Society, and each of them had the strength of a Melder or even a Limeter. Behind them was a middle-aged man in gray robes with a stern expression. He saw Xia Luo and slowly walked down from the spacecraft. A beautiful young girl walked out from behind the middle-aged man. She was quite young and looked about the same age as Lu Yin, but her eyes were raised so high that they almost touched the ceiling. She looked very arrogant. Xia Luo smiled and walked forward, bowing to the gray-robed man. Xia Luo from Astral 10 greets Master Wuxia. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Xia Luo. He then nodded in satisfaction. You're the person that Elder Tan told me about? Xia Luo smiled. Yes, I am. Wuxia grunted. Let's go and meet Elder Tan first. Master, this way please. Xiao Luo gestured and nodded politely at the young girl before leading the way. The young girl looked at Xiao Luo curiously. Her name was Lu Ji, and her original plan had been to take her to Astral 6 to participate in the entrance exam. However, halfway through, they had suddenly changed their plans and come here to take the Lockbreaker exam for an Astral 10 student. He had always been curious. Astral 10? Wasn't that the academy that had been banished? There were actually students who could join the Lockbreaker Society? He could not understand. The moment she saw Xiao Luo, Lu Ji instinctively had a good impression of him. However, she was not confident that he would be able to pass the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam. She was well aware of how difficult the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam was. Even a genius like her, who had been born in the society since she was a child, had to take the exam many times before passing. What did this person have? Following Xiao Luo, the three of them arrived at the trial zone entrance through a transmission device. Coincidentally, a man was preparing to leave, and the three of them bumped into Hui Day Night. Hui Day Night only glanced at the three of them before ignoring them and stepping into the transmission device to leave. Wuxing was astonished. He's from the Day Night clan? Someone from the Day Night clan actually joined Astral 10? Xiao Luo smiled. His name is Hui Day Night, and he's indeed from the Day Night clan. He's not bad. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. He's not bad? How could she tell? That guy was obviously arrogant, and he was even more arrogant than she was. He did not even greet Master Wuxing when he saw him. Even the elders of the Day Night clan would not dare to be so rude. To Xiao Luo, as long as they were not enemies, they were not bad people. At least that was what he believed. The trial master was still the same as before. He sat there half dead, looking as if he had lost his mind. When he saw the trial master, the middle-aged man Wuxing straightened his face and immediately stepped forward. Elder Tan, student Wuxing greets you. Surprise flashed through Xiao Luo's eyes and Lu Ji's mouth fell open. Master Wuxing was actually so respectful to this old man. This was Master Wuxing, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was extremely close to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was only one step away from becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Even the powerful clans of the Innerverse had to treat him with respect, so why would he be so respectful to a mere Astral 10 mentor? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 146. The Lockbreaker Society divided lockbreakers into different levels. It was very general, but it was very clear. From low to high, they were divided into discerning elementary, perceptive intermediate, boundless advanced, and a secret higher level. Discerning elementary corresponded to melders and limiters, perceptive intermediate corresponded to explorers and cruisers, and boundless advanced corresponded to hunters. Very few people could break through this division and become a lockbreaker at a lower realm. Wuxing was a perceptive intermediate, but his lock-breaking research had reached the boundless advanced level. As long as he could become a hunter, he could directly become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. There weren't many lockbreakers in the universe who could reach this level, and they were enough to make the various great powers chase after them. Another point was that lockbreakers were very powerful. Any lockbreaker's control of star energy was terrifying, and it wasn't difficult for them to challenge those of a higher realm. Wuxing's status as a lockbreaker coupled with his terrifying battle prowess meant that he didn't need to be overly courteous even when he met almighty hunters. This was also the reason why Lu Ji was surprised. Astral 10 was just an exiled academy, and aside from the director who was rumored to have gone mad, there shouldn't be anyone else who could receive such respect from Wuxing. The trial master opened his eyes with great difficulty. Oh, it's Wuxing. You've grown up. Lu Ji almost went berserk at his words. Wuxing was still very respectful. It's been a long time since we last met. Congratulations, Elder Tan. The trial master smiled. You're still as eloquent as ever. Let's take a look. It's that little fellow. Let's see if he can join the society. Wuxing sternly replied, there's no need. With Elder Tan's foresight, since you've sent an official request for an assessment, there shouldn't be any mistakes. He then turned to Xiao Luo and solemnly asked, Xiao Luo, let me ask you something. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning elementary lockbreaker? Xiao Luo took a deep breath and walked in front of Wuxing. He respectfully replied, I'm willing to contribute the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society. Wuxia nodded and solemnly took out a badge and handed it to Xiao Luo. I've added your name to the Society's register. From now on, you are a member of the Lockbreaker Society. Thank you, Master Wuxia, Xiao Luo respectfully said. Wuxia nodded in satisfaction and looked at the trial master. Elder Tan, are you satisfied? The trial master did not seem to care. Do as you wish. If this brat embarrasses the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it's all your fault. Who told you to not take the assessment? Wuxia said, actually I'm here to ask Elder Tan some questions. What do you think? The trial master nodded and sighed. It's been so many years. I've enjoyed the benefits of the society, but I haven't contributed anything to the society. It's my fault. Since you're already here, you should wait a little longer before you leave. Wuxia was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Tan. He then turned to Lu Ji and said, take a look around Astral 10. Master Wuxia, let me show her around, Xiao Luo said with a smile. Wuxia nodded. Sure. He then sat down beside the trial master and whispered something to him. Xiao Luo gestured to Lu Ji, please. Lu Ji nodded. She felt a little uncomfortable. She had been born in the society and had spent a long time to join it, but this person had joined without even taking the test. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't dare to refute Master Wuxia, she would have definitely stopped him. However, since Master Wuxia had agreed, she had no other choice. Xiao Luo was very gentle, and even though Lu Ji didn't introduce herself, he didn't mind. He brought her to the rain observatory. The rain never stopped at the rain observatory, and a dark green curtain of rain covered the entire area. Green tree branches filled the area as far as the eye could see, and if one didn't point it out, very few would be able to tell that these branches came from the same tree. Lu Ji wasn't interested in the rain observatory. Lockbreakers had a very strong control over star energy, and this control was different from how Lu Yin and the others categorized their star energy realms. Instead, it was a unique comprehension and understanding of star energy that only Lockbreakers could achieve. Otherwise, any cultivator with a strong control over star energy would be a Lockbreaker. If Lu Ji wanted to improve further, she would need actual combat and lockbreaking comprehension. Just watching the rain wasn't going to be easy, so she decided to leave. At that moment, a black dot flew over. Its black hair swallowed the light as it leaped past Lu Ji and stepped into the teleportation device. It was Dark Void. Lu Ji was furious. Stop right there. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that I'm leaving? How rude. Dark Void glanced at Lu Ji, but he didn't seem to care and turned to leave. Lu Ji snorted and raised a hand. She rotated her palm to disperse the surrounding star energy and suppress Dark Void. She was a Lockbreaker and her power level was very high even if she did not have any battle techniques. Lockbreakers were synonymous with power. Dark Void raised a hand and moved his fingers. The space in front of Lu Ji exploded, and her expression changed as she immediately retreated. The void distorted as a shockwave swept past, pushing away the raindrops and restoring the star energy that Lu Ji had dispersed. By then Dark Void had already left. Lu Ji was shocked. Did he just shatter space? How is that possible? He's just a melder? How can he be so strong? It's an innate gift, Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Ji was stunned. Innate gift? It's related to space. Was that person your academy's leader? In her opinion, someone with such strength should be the leader. Xiao Luo shrugged. No. Lu Ji was shocked. That person isn't the leader? Xiao Luo smiled but didn't explain. The outside world looked down on Astral 10, but they didn't know that Astral 10 was very strong. During the new student competition, they had displayed a strength that had shocked the other academies. With the mentor's training, no one knew how strong they would become. Lu Ji suppressed her shock and looked at Xiao Luo. Take me to see your academy's leader. I heard that almost all of Astral 10's older students have left, so there should only be melders left. I'd like to see how talented your leader is since he was able to defeat a melder who could tear through space. Xiao Luo was helpless. I'm sorry, but I don't know where he is. How about we look for him one by one? Lu Ji nodded. I have plenty of time. Let's go. Xiao Luo smiled and led Lu Ji to the sand ocean. As soon as Lu Ji arrived at the sand ocean, she saw a scene that shocked her. A girl had shaken the desert with a single punch, and the vibrations were transmitted to her feet. Through the vibrations she could feel how terrifying that girl was. How powerful was that punch? Who is she? Wuji was shocked. Xiao Luo replied, she's a new student. She's not bad. Not the leader? No. Next place. Not long after, the two arrived at stargazing deck and saw Zora and Coco. What made them speechless was that Coco was hugging a huge syringe. Lu Ji felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the syringe and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even girls were afraid of this thing. Coco's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Luo. Brother Xiao, why are you here? Are you hurt? I'll be fine after a shot. Xiao Luo smiled and retreated. No need, I'm not hurt. He then led Lu Ji away. He was also afraid of that syringe. Up until now, no one had dared to let Coco take a shot, so he was very curious about the effects. That girl is quite strong. Do you want to try it? Xiao Luo tempted. Lu Ji shook her head. No need. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity. Finally, the two arrived at the treasury and bumped into Silver. His fox-like smile made one's hair stand on end. The moment she saw Silver, Lu Ji's expression changed. If Xiao Luo was said to be warm, then this person was chilling. They were both smiling, but they were completely different. Especially when she saw Silver, Lu Ji's eyes stung. She felt a strong sense of danger. This person could threaten her life. Brother Xiao, what a coincidence, Silver greeted him with a smile. Xiao Luo's expression darkened when he saw Silver, but he only grunted as a greeting. Silver looked at Lu Ji and exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Is she a new junior? I heard that many new students want to participate in the astral combat tournament. Xiao Luo calmly replied, no. What a pity. I wanted to interact with her. Silver shrugged and waved at Lu Ji before leaving. Lu Ji's expression turned serious. She had never seen such a terrifying man before, not because of his strength, but because of the feeling he gave her. How strong is he? Lu Ji asked curiously. Xiao Luo shook his head. I'm not sure. Since your academy has a leader, it means that you've already competed. How can you not know? Lu Ji thought that Xiao Luo was just brushing her off. Xiao Luo calmly replied. He admitted defeat. No one knows how strong he is. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed. So 10 was not simple. That was the only thought she had right now. The people she had met were either strange or abnormal, but they were all very strong. If this Xiao Luo really did have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker, then he definitely would not be weak. Lu Ji was confident that she was one of the top melders in the Astral Combat Academy, but the people she had just met were not weaker than her. Astral 10 had hidden its strength well. Suddenly, Lu Ji thought of something and looked at Xiao Luo strangely. You're not the leader, are you? Xiao Luo laughed. Of course not. Oh, I still don't know your name. Lu Ji. Lu Ji. That's a good name, Xiao Luo praised. Lu Ji frowned. Are these the only places you can visit in Astral 10? Sorry, most of Astral 10's places have been destroyed. These are the only places you can visit. Xiao Luo shrugged. Lu Ji felt helpless. She had heard of this incident before. It was said that Astral 10's headmaster had gone crazy and destroyed the entire academy, including the battle techniques and weapons that had been collected over countless years. This had caused Astral 10's reputation to plummet to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Luo brought Lu Ji around as he walked out of the time-stop space. In a month's time he had already activated his 8th star. Its power was as he had expected, surpassing the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. However, this was also the end of the serious technique. This technique that had accompanied him for so long and had allowed him to overcome multiple calamities had come to an end. Lu Yin sighed. The serious technique that he had obtained had only contained 8 stars. He had tried to simulate another star, but he had not been able to make any headway. This technique was too profound and it was not something that he could guess at. Thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe. Please donate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 147. I wonder if the mentors can deduce the next part of the serious art. Lu Yin thought about it, but he didn't think it was possible. The power of the serious art was beyond his imagination, and it was already so terrifying with just 8 stars. It surpassed most battle techniques that he had ever seen. No, all battle techniques. It should be a technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and it wasn't something that could be deduced by the current generation. Forget it, I'll see if I have a chance to obtain the next technique in the future. Lu Yin helplessly thought about it and reached out with his hand, causing the 8 stars to revolve. It was beautiful and dreamy. You're missing one. An ancient voice suddenly spoke into Lu Yin's ear, causing him to jump in fright and instinctively flash away. However, the voice followed him like a shadow. You're indeed missing one. Unfortunately, it's not perfect. Lu Yin stopped and slowly turned around, his face pale. He felt like his greatest secret had been discovered. He had just walked out of the time-stop space. Furthermore, this person had been able to see him using the serious art? Most people wouldn't be able to see it. Lu Yin saw an old face that he had seen before, and it had left a deep impression on him. It was the crazy director, the one who had almost killed him. At this moment, the director's eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to still be in a state of insanity. He only stared at Lu Yin's palm, or rather at the 8 stars. Lu Yin gulped. Student Lu Yin greets the director. The crazy director ignored Lu Yin and continued to stare at the serious palm. His eyes gradually brightened and he laughed maniacally. Haha, I remember now. It's missing 1 star and it should be replaced. 8 stars aren't perfect, so 9 is perfect. Yes, that's it, ha. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he resisted the urge to remove the stars. He had a feeling that he might be able to obtain an unimaginable fortune from the crazy director. Mad, no, director, you recognize this palm technique? The crazy director laughed maniacally, muttering to himself as if he had suddenly thought of something. Lu Yin waved the serious palm in front of the crazy director's eyes and pretended to sigh. How do I get the 9th star? I don't know. The crazy director's mouth fell open as he stared at Lu Yin. You don't know? Lu Yin nodded. I don't know. I know, haha, I know. The crazy director's laughter shook the heavens. Lu Yin was hopeful. You know, I don't believe it. The crazy principal glared at him. If I say I will, then I will. Even if I don't, I will. I don't believe you. You have to believe me. I won't believe it unless I see the 9th star. You're pissing me off. Fine, I'll show you the 9th star. I'll definitely make you believe it. He grabbed Lu Yin's hand and pressed his palms together. An indescribably strange ripple spread out, filling Astral 10 and even the void. It should have been a shocking ripple, but no one sensed it, not even old Kai or the trial master. At this moment, only Lu Yin could sense it. He experienced a more mysterious operation than the elementary serious technique. He didn't know if this was the advanced serious technique, but he was sure that it definitely surpassed 8 stars. Because in his eyes, a 9th star had faintly appeared on the surface of his body. This was a completely different method of operation from before. If the previous operation of the stars was forcibly condensed one by one, then the moment the 9th star appeared, it resonated with the first 8 stars, forming a beautiful starry sky pattern. Lu Yin stared blankly at the starry sky that surrounded him. It wasn't a real sky, but it was no different from the real thing. It was unimaginable to simulate a starry sky with 9 stars, and he could feel the terror of the starry sky surrounding him. It was different from before. When the power of each new star increased, Sirius Palm's power had undergone a qualitative change. Even Lu Yin didn't know how strong the change was. If the explosion of a single star was enough to distort the void, then what about the explosion of an entire galaxy? Suddenly, the starry sky around him disappeared, and Lu Yin opened his eyes to see the crazy director glaring at the sky. It's you. Don't run. You started this war, so you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't run. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to complete the construction of the starry sky. He could feel how powerful he had been just now, and he didn't know how much power his body could unleash. However, the Sirius Palm that had just constructed a galaxy was enough to make him tremble. Hold on, galaxy starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes blazed. Since a galaxy had appeared, then could he add more stars to it just like the previous 8 stars? It was a crazy idea, but it wasn't impossible. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he desperately wanted to simulate the galaxy that he had just sensed. That would cause a qualitative change in his power. Lu Yin immediately sat down cross-legged and calmed his heart. A few hours later he opened his eyes. He had memorized the circulation method, but he couldn't activate the 9th star. This star was definitely more difficult than the 8th, and it had taken him almost 2 months to activate the 8th. The 9th would probably take even longer, but he couldn't rush it. He would wait until he rolled his die and entered the time-stop space for 3 months. He was confident that he wouldn't be able to come out. Lu Yin stood up and stretched, feeling his body go numb. What should he do at this time? He couldn't just keep cultivating, and he couldn't go to the trial zones for the time being either. Without a backer, he would be asking for a beating if he went there. There was only one path left, and that was to earn some money while he still had time. His innate gift greatly desired star crystals. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the treasury. Xiao Luo and Lu Ji had already left. Old Kai's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you're pretty rich. Your star energy actually increased so much in just a few days. You must have used up a few tens of thousands of star crystals." Lu Yin smiled. "No, I was just lucky enough to get some." Old Kai snorted, "I'm not asking you for money. What are you afraid of?" Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. He had always felt that this mustached man was unreliable. Old Kai, how could he not be greedy for money? It was better to pretend to be poor in front of this person. "Old Kai, I want to find some missions to do. It would be best if they were near the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star." Old Kai grunted, "With your current strength, you won't be able to achieve anything. You can only do missions." He then opened up a list of missions. "Choose one yourself. It's best if you pick a difficult one. There's not much time left." "Not much time? What time?" Lu Yin was confused. Old Kai was confused. "You don't know about the Astral Combat Tournament?" Lu Yin was stunned. "The Astral Combat Tournament? When is it?" Old Kai recalled that Lu Yin had just entered the trial zones when the news had spread. "No wonder. Kid, do you know how this universe is divided?" Lu Yin nodded. "Are you talking about the 4 great domains?" Old Kai couldn't help but laugh. "No, to be precise, it's one of the 3 star domains. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technological civilization domain. The astral wilderness can't be considered a star domain because no one knows how big it is. Throughout the years, the star domain battles have always been the most brutal. The human domain was defeated by the human domain." After a while, Lu Yin found out what had happened and was shocked. The Astral Combat Tournament had been held after the human domain's defeat to raise morale and also to recruit soldiers. Of course, there was also another reason, which was to uncover the freakish geniuses hidden in the various powers. Regardless of the reason, the scale of this tournament was unprecedented. "What's the exact time?" Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Old Kai shook his head. "It's not confirmed yet. We'll be able to confirm the time once all the civilizations in the universe are connected." Lu Yin pondered this. All the networks. This was one of their goals. The network connected the universe and reduced the space for information transmission. With the current human technology, this could be done a long time ago, but it had never been done. There must have been some misgivings about it. Now, some people were using the human domain's defeat to push this matter forward. Even so, there would definitely be various restrictions on the universal network after the Astral Combat Tournament. Old Kai scanned the mission list. He thought that Lu Yin was thinking about the Astral Combat Tournament and had no idea that Lu Yin had already thought of something strange. Lu Yin didn't pay much attention to it either, as he had naturally thought of these things. "There aren't any missions close to the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star," Old Kai said casually after a while. Lu Yin grunted and looked at the mission list again. Since there weren't any, he'd just randomly pick one. At that moment, a new mission popped up. "Protect the Urfa caravan as it passes through the war zones and reaches the Frostwave Weave's first filament of the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin subconsciously accepted the mission. The first filament of the Great Yu Empire was where Xinyu Star was located, so this mission had come at the right time. "Old Kai, is the Urfa caravan also a sponsor of Astral 10? "Of course not. This is a mission given to us by the Mercenary Association. They're a sponsor of the Astral Combat Academy, so they'll give us suitable missions every once in a while," Old Kai explained. "No wonder there were so many strange missions. I'll take my leave now. Do you have any other instructions for me, Old Kai?" Old Kai waved a hand. "Fill up your star energy as soon as possible. That's your only mission right now. Lu Yin nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, Wuxia walked out of Astral 10's space station. Behind him, Xiao Luo respectfully said, "Take care, mentor." Master Wuxia nodded and looked at Lu Ji. He noticed that something was wrong with her expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Lu Ji?" Lu Ji shook her head. "Nothing." Master Wuxia didn't seem to mind and looked at Xiao Luo. He trusted Elder Tan's recommendation and had allowed Xiao Luo to directly join the Lockbreaker Society, but he still needed to know Xiao Luo's abilities. As he thought about it, he took out a sphere covered in a metallic membrane from his cosmic ring. When he removed the membrane, Xiao Luo saw a transparent sphere filled with berserk star energy that constantly flashed and collided with each other. This is a starburst sphere, one of the Lockbreaker Society's tests for outsiders. Try and see how long it takes to clear the berserk star energy inside, Master Wuxia said as he handed it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo curiously asked, "How long does it take to pass the test?" Master Wuxia calmly replied, 10 seconds. 5 seconds is considered excellent, and 3 seconds is considered extremely excellent. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed. Extremely excellent? He subconsciously looked at Lu Ji. "Lu Ji, you need to clear it in 3 seconds, Master Wuxia said when he saw Xiao Luo's gaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 148. Xiao Luo nodded and gripped the starburst orb as he said seriously, "I'm starting." Star energy surged from his palm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the berserk star energy within the starburst orb gradually disappeared. After 5 seconds, the berserk star energy was completely wiped out. Lu Ji was shocked that he had succeeded in 5 seconds. Master Wuxia wasn't surprised, as this was Elder Tan's recommendation after all. He smiled and said, "Not bad. You were able to obtain such an excellent result on your first try with the starburst orb." Lu Ji was the same back then. "You have great potential, and Elder Tan's recommendation was indeed good." Xiao Luo covered the orb with the metal membrane again and put it away. "Thank you, Master. Right, you can go now." Xiao Luo knew that Master Wuxia had something to say to Lu Ji, so he nodded and left through the teleportation device. After Xiao Luo left, Master Wuxia looked at Lu Ji. "What's wrong? Your expression doesn't seem right." Lu Ji solemnly replied, "This academy isn't simple. I saw quite a few powerhouses. That's normal. Even the Outerverse can produce monstrous geniuses. Didn't Wendy Yushan from the Frostwave Weave's Great U Empire make it into the top 20? Even I was shocked by that result. The Outerverse is too big, so it's not a big deal if there are a few powerhouses." Lu Ji nodded. He wanted to see that student leader the most. How strong was he if he could suppress the students she had seen? He was very curious. "You haven't tried a starburst orb in a long time, right?" Master Wuxia suddenly asked as he stared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji was taken aback, but she nodded. Master Wuxia took out another starburst orb and handed it to Lu Ji. "Try it. See if you can instantly calm the violent star energy." Lu Ji muttered to herself, "How is that possible? Only a monster can do that." Even so, she didn't slow down. Star energy surged as she tried to instantly calm the violent star energy. At that moment, a person appeared in the teleportation device. Master Wuxia and Lu Ji turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had arrived at the space station, but he hadn't expected to see two strangers here. One of them, a girl, was playing with a ball. He had seen a girl play with a ball in Astral 10 space station, but the ball was quite interesting. It contained violent star energy. With a whoosh, the starburst sphere shattered. Due to Lu Yin's appearance, Lu Ji's attention had been diverted, and she had unintentionally failed. "Is this the best you can do with your talent?" Master Wuxia asked sternly as he glared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji lowered her head and glared fiercely at Lu Yin. This was the guy who had appeared out of nowhere and distracted her, causing her to be reprimanded by Master Wuxia. Master Wuxia barked, not minding that Lu Yin was right beside him. He took out a starburst orb and passed it to Lu Ji, glaring at her. Lu Ji took a deep breath and removed the metal membrane. Star energy surged from her palm, and soon the violent star energy within was smoothed out. 3 seconds. Master Wuxia sighed. Still 3 seconds. It seems like you won't be able to overcome this hurdle in the near future. Lu Ji lowered her head, feeling a little dejected. 3 seconds was a hurdle that she wanted to cross, and she did not expect to be able to overcome it in an instant. However, if she could increase her speed by 1 or 2 seconds, it would also mean that her strength had increased. To a lockbreaker, star energy control was more important than anything else. Can you lend me that orb to play with? Lu Ying asked. He was very interested in that orb. If his guess was right, it should be some sort of assessment that could test one's star energy control. He also saw a spacecraft that did not belong to Astral 10, and it had the Lockbreaker Society's symbol on it. Lu Ji snorted. Go away. Lu Ying blinked. You were talking about 3 seconds, right? I can do it too. His words stunned both Master Wuxing and Lu Ji. Where did this idiot come from? The starburst orb seemed simple, but the violent star energy within was extremely complex. Forcefully smoothing it out would only cause it to explode. Only someone with a certain level of understanding of star energy could do it. There were very few people in the universe who could do it in less than a minute, let alone 3 seconds. Otherwise, it would not have been used as the Lockbreaker Society's assessment standard. Wuxing frowned. The quality of Astral 10 had really dropped. They could not even tell how difficult the starburst orb was. Let's go, where did this idiot come from? Lu Ji was unhappy. She had just been reprimanded and was in a bad mood. Lu Ying was helpless. Just let me try. You won't lose out even if you can't do it. Lu Ji was furious and glared at Lu Ying. Just as she was about to scold him, Wuxing waved his hand. Give it to him. Master this person. Lu Ji was unhappy. Wuxing grew impatient. Give it to him. He then turned to board the spacecraft and leave. Lu Ji snorted and tossed the starburst orb to Lu Ying before following behind Wuxing. Lu Ying took the starburst orb and the star energy within it began to go berserk once more. He tried to sense it and it would take him at least 10 seconds to calm it down with his own star energy control. Only a freak like Xiao Luo could do it in 3 seconds. However, he could try using the cosmic art, which allowed him to see all of the changes. Lu Ying activated the serious art and 8 stars that were invisible to the average person revolved around him. He could clearly see the violent star energy within the starburst orb. I'm done. Lu Ying smiled. Just as Wuxing was about to board the spacecraft, he suddenly turned around and stared at the starburst orb in Lu Ying's hands in disbelief. For seconds. This kid had completed it in 4 seconds. Lu Ji was stunned as well. For seconds? No way. Where did this freak come from? Even Xiao Luo took 5 seconds. Master Wuxing instantly appeared in front of Lu Ying and stared at him in shock. Again. Lu Ying smiled as he had taken the bait. The Lockbreaker Society was the backer that he had been looking for. There were too many enemies in the trial zones and Astral 10 was too famous. Without a backer he would not be able to survive. A special organization like the Lockbreaker Society was exactly what he needed. After all, the Astral Combat Academy definitely had people from the Lockbreaker Society. The starburst orb went berserk again, but this time Master Wuxing and Lu Ji stood in front of Lu Ying and stared at him. Lu Ying used the serious art to see the violent star energy changes within the starburst orb. He tried again, but this time he was even faster. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Ji's mouth fell open. This guy could really complete it in 3 seconds. Where did this freak come from? She had been born in the Lockbreaker Society, and her parents and grandfather had all been lockbreakers. Even so, it had taken her more than 10 years of training to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds. Where had this guy come from? Wuxing was ecstatic. He had finally met 2 geniuses, but this one was even more of a genius. He had already known about Xiao Luo's situation, so he had not been too surprised. However, this one was truly a pleasant surprise. Young man, what's your name? Are you a student of Astral 10? Master Wuxing asked eagerly. Lu Ying nodded and smiled. Lu Ying from Astral 10. Greetings, sir. Master Wuxing was astonished. Lu? Your surname is Lu? Lu Ying replied, yes, my surname is Lu and I'm from Earth in the Great Yu Empire. Great Yu Empire? Legal status? Good. I'm Wuxing, but you can call me Master Wuxing. Wuxing relaxed. The Lockbreaker Society had an ironclad rule that did not allow anyone with a primeval surname to be accepted without a legal status. Lu was one of them and Xiao was the same. However, Xiao Luo had already been assured by Elder Tan, so Master Wuxing did not mind. Fortunately, Lu Yin also had a legal status. Otherwise he would not have been accepted no matter how much of a genius he was. Greetings, Master Wuxing. Lu Yin was very respectful and modest. Master Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Lu Yin, the more he liked him. Coincidentally, discovering a genius was the greatest affirmation for him, and the greater the achievements of such a person, the greater his vision was. The reason why Master Wuxing often roamed the universe was to search for such geniuses, but unfortunately there were too few of them. He had not expected to meet one today and had almost missed his chance. Lu Yin, have you heard of the Lockbreaker Society? Master Wuxing asked. To the side, Lu Ji was still in a daze. This person had easily accomplished something that she had spent more than 10 years to accomplish. Xiao Luo had taken 5 seconds and it would take at least a few years for someone to achieve 3 seconds. This person in front of her was just too disgusting. Lockbreaker Society? Of course I've heard of it. Lockbreakers are a very respectable profession, Lu Yin praised without holding back. Master Wuxing was even happier now. He rarely smiled, but he was truly happy at this moment. He was satisfied with the sincere look in Lu Yin's eyes. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin blinked and pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Can I, Master? Of course. The Lockbreaker Society has its own assessment system for talented cultivators. However, you were able to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds, which is enough to make an exception. As long as there are no problems with your identity, you'll be accepted. By the way, your control over star energy has reached the realm of infinite change, Master Wuxing said. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Master Wuxing grunted and asked Lu Yin to wait. He wanted to investigate Lu Yin's information, and as long as there were no problems he could immediately join the Lockbreaker Society. While Master Wuxing was investigating, Lu Ji stared at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Her stare made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Astral 10 is really something. You've hidden your strength well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Hidden strength? How so? Lu Ji sneered. In her opinion, Astral 10 was just pretending to be weak. Everyone thought that Astral 10 had been crippled, but who would have known that there was more than one expert here? 2 lockbreakers had appeared all of a sudden. Lockbreakers were extremely rare in the entire Astral Combat Academy. On average, each academy would have 2 lockbreakers, but Astral 10 had suddenly produced 2 of them. Generally speaking, those who could erase a starburst orb within a minute would be qualified to participate in the Lockbreaker Society's assessment, and those who could succeed within 10 seconds would pass the assessment. Anyone who could erase a starburst orb within 5 seconds on their first attempt was considered a genius. Astral 10 had Xiao Luo and this guy. Lu Ji was already wondering if there were any other freaks out there. For some reason she suddenly thought of Silver and that mysterious leader. Right, she had forgotten to ask for the leader's name. Hey, who's Astral 10's leader? Lu Ji asked. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me. Lu Ji was disdainful. The person in front of her didn't give her any sense of danger, and he was much worse than the silver-haired guy. If he wasn't even the silver-haired guy, how could he be the leader? Stop bragging. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was this woman so sure that he wasn't the leader? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 149. Remember, no matter how hard Astral 10 works, it'll never catch up to the other academies in the Innerverse. At most, you'll be able to compete with Astral 9. The Astral Combat Tournament doesn't rely on starburst orbs or hidden abilities. It's about true power, Lu Ji said. She had already placed herself in Astral SX's shoes. Lu Yin was baffled by her words. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Soon, Master Wuxing walked in front of Lu Yin with a smile on his face. He solemnly took out an emblem and handed it to Lu Yin. Student Lu Yin, let me formally ask you this. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning junior lockbreaker? Lu Yin took a deep breath and his eyes burned with passion. I'm willing, Master. I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Ji was speechless. This was exactly what Xiao Luo had said. This had to have been rehearsed. Master Wuxing was also stunned, but then he smiled and solemnly handed the emblem to Lu Yin. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, you're a member of the Lockbreaker Society and have been registered. However, your contribution points will be 0, and you'll only be rewarded if you successfully unlock a lockbreaker. Contribution points are the most important criteria for other people who want to ask a lockbreaker for help. You'll have to work hard." Yes, Master. Lu Yin was excited. All he wanted was the Lockbreaker Society's backing, and he didn't care about contribution points. Master Wuxing muttered to himself, "Xiao Luo has Elder Tan's guidance, so there won't be any problems. You've just joined the society and don't know anything yet, so you can't rush into lockbreaking. How about this? I'll give you a few books, but you have to promise me that you'll contact me the moment you start lockbreaking." Xiao Luo had joined the Lockbreaker Society as well? It seemed like this person had come for Xiao Luo. Elder Tan should be a trial master. These mentors were the ones who kept their secrets. Lu Yin nodded and took the books. These were all books from the Lockbreaker Society, and their value was immeasurable. Lu Ji glared at Lu Yin. "Take care of them and don't lose them. They're worth more than you can pay for them even if you sell yourself. Lu Ji, don't spout nonsense. No matter how valuable books are, they can't be more valuable than people. Books spread knowledge, while people create knowledge. There's no comparison," Master Wuxing said sternly. Lu Ji had been scolded, but she didn't speak. Not long after, Master Wuxing said a few more words to Lu Yin before leaving with Lu Ji. Lu Yin looked at the spacecraft in the sky and sighed with emotion. He had never thought that he would encounter such a good thing right after he left. The Lockbreaker Society was no ordinary organization, and with this identity he would be able to do well anywhere in the universe. Interesting. It was not easy to find a backer in the trial zones as a lockbreaker. If they did not acknowledge you, then even if you had a badge it would be useless. Everything still depended on one's strength. Lu Yin felt that he needed to at least have some successful lockbreaking experience before he could blend in with those people. He boarded his own Aurora spacecraft and prepared to head to the Ilfa caravan's rendezvous point. It was a day's journey away from Astral 10, which was quite far with the spacecraft's speed. However, it was still within the Frostwave weave. Before starting the spacecraft, Lu Yin had checked to see if it needed a power source, but he hadn't been able to find anything. With the advancement of technology, a spacecraft's power source operated in a way that he couldn't comprehend. In any case, it didn't require any other power source. This was good news for Lu Yin, as he would have gained yet another money grubber. Although the Aurora spacecraft was a bottomless pit of money grubbers, it was better to have as few of them as possible. He set a course and allowed the spacecraft to fly on its own. He then took out the book that Master Wuxing had given him and began to read it seriously. In Astral 10, Xiao Luo leisurely walked around as he played with the starburst orb in his hand. His eyes flashed as he removed the metal membrane. The star energy vibrated, and the next moment the berserk star energy within the starburst orb was smoothed out. If Master Wuxing had seen this, he would have been shocked speechless. Smoothing out the berserk star energy in 3 seconds was extremely outstanding, and Lu Ji was at this level. At her age, there weren't many lockbreakers at this level in the Lockbreaker Society, and those who could do it in less than 3 seconds were even rarer. Smoothing out the star energy in an instant was hard to come by even in countless years. Lu Ji had tried her best to increase the speed by even 1 second, but to Xiao Luo, it seemed to be as easy as breathing. The discerning elementary test is childish. Xiao Luo casually extinguished the starburst orb and looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. A day later, a beeping sound came from the spacecraft. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that there were many more spacecraft around him. They were all landing on a space station on an azure planet. He rubbed his head. After reading for more than 10 hours, he was tired, so he decided to take a nap. He hadn't expected to be here already. After more than 10 hours of reading, Lu Yin gained a deeper understanding of lockbreakers. At the same time, he also understood why the universe respected lockbreakers so much. If the universe was likened to a treasure box that contained countless treasures, then lockbreakers were the gatekeepers who held the keys. There were a few examples in this book that clearly demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone had been opened by a powerful lockbreaker, which had opened the path for the Day-Night clan's peerless battle techniques. There was also the Ross Empire, one of the three powers that had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. The ancient technology that they had inherited had been opened by a lockbreaker. There was also Shamrock Enterprises, which also had an inheritance treasure that had been opened by a lockbreaker. There were many more examples that demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. Compared to lockbreakers who could open ancient artifacts that had been covered in dust for years, their battle prowess did not attract much attention because there were too few of them. Currently, there were only 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the Lockbreaker Society. There were countless people in the universe, but only 630,000 lockbreakers had been born. Astral 10's entrance exam had attracted millions of students, so 630,000 lockbreakers was very rare even in the Frostwave weave, no, even on Earth. It was equivalent to the population of a small county, let alone the entire universe. Lu Yin exhaled, finally understanding what organization he had joined. It was no wonder why Master Wuxia had not believed that he could complete the Starburst Orbs test. Those who could complete it were not 1 in 10,000, but 1 in hundreds of millions. Of course, Lu Yin did not simply believe in being registered. Who in the universe didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? There were definitely more than 630,000 lockbreakers, but it was not much more. Talent for understanding star energy determined the number of lockbreakers. Lu Yin was also considered a genius, but unfortunately he mostly relied on the serious technique. Lu Yin put the book away and looked outside. There was still a line of spacecraft waiting to enter. Although it was slow, it would still take less than half an hour. Not long after, Lu Yin parked the spacecraft and found the Urfa caravan at the agreed-upon location. The Urfa caravan was a comprehensive caravan that not only gathered goods, but also all sorts of mercenaries. They were so cautious because of the war in the Frostwave weave. When Lu Yin had left Astral 10, he had already heard about the war in the Great Yu Empire, the Second Prince's betrayal, the relapse of Undying Yushan's injuries, and the disappearance of Zhang Dingtian and the others. He knew all of this, but he could not interfere. King Zishan was just an empty title and he himself was only a melder. He did not even have the right to interfere. The only thing he could do was to bless Zhang Dingtian and the others. Everyone had their own destiny and they might die or encounter great opportunities. No one knew. If possible, he would see them in space. Lu Yin thought back to the night he had drunk with the second prince on the capital star. A fat man who looked like a merchant walked over to him. After introducing himself to Lu Yin, he did not seem too surprised by Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10. Astral 10's reputation had long since been ruined, so he did not care. 2 hours later, Lu Yin took out 150,000 star crystals as backup and boarded his own spacecraft. He followed the Urfa caravan into space. Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10 did not surprise the fat merchant. But the Aurora spacecraft made his eyes light up, and he spoke to Lu Yin much more warmly. Lu Yin laughed. His status as a student of Astral 10 could not even compare to a spacecraft. What a joke. He wondered if this merchant would be scared to death if he told him that he was a lockbreaker. The Urfa caravan had a total of 12 spacecraft in a line, heading north of Frostwave weave. The cargo spacecraft was very large while the others were small. Lu Yin was the only one who had a personal spacecraft, but it attracted a lot of attention since there were not many Aurora spacecraft in the Outerverse. Lu Yin smoothly set foot on the flight path, and unless he ran into interstellar pirates, there was nothing else for him to do. He thought about it for a moment and decided to continue reading. Not long after, his gadget beeped. Lu Yin was surprised to see that it was an unfamiliar number that required a video call. Without hesitation, he tapped on the screen and saw a familiar face. Long time no see, little seven. A man appeared on the screen. He looked to be in his 50s with a strand of white hair hanging down from his forehead. His eyes were eerie as if they could see through people's hearts. Lu Yin was delighted to see the man. Uncle Reuben, I didn't expect you to contact me. How are you doing outside? The man called Reuben had a solemn expression, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. However, his gaze towards Lu Yin had clearly become warmer. Lu Yin nodded. Very good. How about home? Is everyone doing well? Reuben replied, You don't have to worry about home. I'm contacting you this time to tell you something. You should know about the war in the Great Yu Empire. Hurry back to the Great Yu Empire's palace as soon as possible and do your best to find the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There really was something wrong with the Great Yu Empire. Otherwise, his family would not have gone to such great lengths to make him a descendant of King Zishan. What's in the treasure trove? Reuben was silent for a moment before answering seriously, the Undying Manual. The Undying Manual? Lu Yin was confused as he had never heard of it before. Reuben explained, the Undying Manual is an ancient technique that has been rumored for a long time in the Starfall Sea of the Innerverse. It contains the mysteries of immortality. Lu Yin was shocked. How is that possible? No one can live forever. That goes against the laws of the universe. I know. Even if it doesn't allow one to live forever, it can still allow a cultivator to live longer. A few hundred years ago, Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan roamed the Innerverse and went to the Starfall Sea. After they came out, their strength skyrocketed, and Undying Yushan even entered the top 20 of the astral combat rankings. Many people speculated that he and Zishan had obtained the Undying Manual. They even changed their names. He wasn't called Undying Yushan back then. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 150. Since we guessed that they had obtained the Undying Scripture, why didn't anyone attack them? For the great powers of the Innerverse, eliminating Undying Yushan should be as easy as snapping a finger. That's because Undying Yushan isn't the only one under suspicion. Any cultivator who's been to the Starfall Sea is a suspect, and there are many of them. Furthermore, it's not as if no one tried to attack Undying Yushan back then. Otherwise, where do you think he got his injuries from? It's precisely because of his injuries that the various great powers have relaxed their suspicions about him. Even now, we can't be certain that the Undying Manual is with him, and we're just trying to verify it. There are many more suspicious people in the Innerverse, Reuben replied. He had heard of the Starfall Sea before, and it was a very ancient place that had been visited by many people. No matter how powerful the Innerverse's great powers were, it was impossible for them to investigate every single person who had been to the Starfall Sea. There were many people who were stronger than Undying Yushan, and those people were the ones who were more suspicious. Undying Yushan could only be considered collateral damage, but even so, there were still many people who had designs on him. You already know what you need to know. Go to the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star and try your best to find the location of the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. If you can't do it, then give up. The chances of the Undying Manual being there are very slim, and as Undying Yushan's condition deteriorates, the Innerverse powerhouses are getting restless. Don't take any risks. King Zishan's identity isn't just for this. Lu Yin still had a lot of questions to ask, so he quickly dialed back, only to find that the number was no longer in service. He couldn't help but feel helpless. His family was too careful and he didn't even have the chance to contact them. It would take at least 10 days to travel from the battlefield to the Frostwave Weave's first northern filament. Lu Yin flipped through the book that Master Wuxing had given him once more. A few days passed unknowingly, and on this day, all of the caravan's spacecraft came to a stop. The space in front of them had been sealed off, and a magnificent battle had unfolded before Lu Yin's eyes. Light swept across the universe as planets exploded, causing space to distort as black holes devoured everything. This was Lu Yin's first time witnessing such a large-scale interstellar battle, and the weapons that the humans had created left him in awe. A single beam of light was enough to destroy an entire planet, and even the average explorer did not have such power. The universe was very big and the war here was just a drop in the ocean. However, the shock it gave people was not small at all. The bombardment of technological weapons, the battle between experts roaming the starry skies, the perfect combination of power and technology, this was modern warfare. Lu Yin's spacecraft shuddered. A few planets in front of them had been destroyed, causing the void to tremble. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a large man sorrowfully wielding a warblade in the sky above a faint red planet. He looked bitterly at the dozens of warships surrounding the planet and sighed. The weapons developed by the warships were powerful enough to kill explorers, but the preparation time for the weapons was very long. Generally speaking, explorers could attack before the warships were ready, and destroying the warships was very easy. Therefore, in any interstellar war, the warships would be protected by powerhouses. The burly man was helpless. He wanted to destroy these warships, but the two enemy explorers in front of him would not let him succeed. He could only wait for the warship's destructive weapons to be ready and then destroy him and his hometown. This was a great tragedy. Any interstellar battle that involved explorers was a large-scale battle, and this was an eye-opener for Lu Yin. However, he didn't feel any excitement, only sorrow. This reminded him of his experiences in the Innerverse. The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and this was something that he deeply understood. Several warships' destructive weapons exploded, and the explorer who had been protecting his hometown roared at the sky before finally disappearing into space with his hometown. Countless people watched this scene and fell silent. Explorers were considered invincible by many and could freely explore the universe, but they were still defeated in the face of such a large-scale battle. There was no end to their cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, the space in front of them was unsealed, and the caravan could continue heading north. As Lu Yin passed by the warships, he inadvertently made eye contact with one of the guards. This person's gaze was cold and emotionless, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura. This was a powerhouse who had adapted to the battlefield and was different from ordinary powerhouses. Lu Yin didn't know where this person was from. Was he from the Second Prince's side? Or was he from the Great Yu Empire? The Urfa caravan was very lucky. Because the Great Yu Empire's war had spread far and wide, many interstellar pirates didn't dare to show their faces. They were able to safely reach the first filament a few days later. After bidding farewell to the fat boss, Lu Yin received some compensation. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He set a course and headed straight for Xinyu Star. Compared to when he had left, Xinyu Star was now heavily guarded. Armies from all three rings were patrolling the area, searching every spacecraft that entered the star. Lu Yin saw many spacecraft that didn't belong to the outerverse entering Xinyu Star, and many of them were probably here for the Undying Manual. Sure enough, with Undying Yushan on the verge of death, the Innerverse powerhouses didn't even bother to hide their tracks. These people all wanted to search the Great Yu Empire after Undying Yushan's death. Fortunately, they weren't very strong, which meant that the Innerverse didn't care too much about Undying Yushan. That made sense, as it was rumored that a technique that could guarantee immortality should be heaven-defying. If such a technique really existed, then Undying Yushan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. His current state most likely meant that he hadn't obtained the Undying Manual. These people just didn't want to give up on their hundreds of years of hard work, and this was their final gamble. Looking at the long line of spacecraft, Lu Yin used his authority as King Zishan to find the person in charge. When he saw who it was, he smiled. It was a familiar face. It was Long Chu, the first person to plot against him after arriving on the capital star. However, Lu Yin had resolved the matter. Long Chu had long since defected to Sikar, but Sikar should have fled with the second prince, Duke Yushan. Long Chu greets your highness, King Zishan. All the guards bowed in unison. Greetings, your highness. Lu Yin grunted and looked at Long Chu in amusement. You're still on the third ring? Long Chu's expression turned solemn. Yes, your highness. Please enter Xinyu Star from another path. Lu Yin looked at Long Chu one more time before following the troops to Xinyu Star. Long Chu watched Lu Yin's spacecraft leave, his eyes twinkling. The atmosphere on the capital star was clearly different from before. There was a hint of desolation, and many people didn't even have smiles on their faces. No matter which dynasty it was, the death of an emperor would cause a huge upheaval, especially with the second prince's defection. Everyone could foresee that the Great Yu Empire's future would not be smooth sailing, and war was drawing closer and closer. Lu Yin successfully entered the palace as King Zishan, and after repeated checks he arrived at Undying Yushan's health cabin. He took a deep breath. Greetings, your majesty. Circles of doctors busied themselves around Undying Yushan, and there were countless experts secretly guarding him. Among them were the captains of the 3rd Imperial Squadron Zhu Lang and the 5th Imperial Squadron Hu Qingshan, who were standing guard nearby, watching everyone who entered. Undying Yushan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Lu Yin he weakly called out, "Little Yin, come closer." Lu Yin took a few steps forward and bowed again. "Your Majesty." Undying Yushan took a deep breath and moved his head slightly. Perhaps because he was too tired, he placed it back down and smiled bitterly. Little Yin, I've made a fool of myself. Your Majesty is going to meet your ancestors. Lu Yin frowned. That won't happen. Your Majesty is a powerful hunter with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Undying Yushan shook his head and sighed. The Immerse is cruel. So what if you're in the top 20? Those freaks are too terrifying. Little Yin, how are you doing in Astral 10? Lu Yin solemnly replied, I'm the leader of Astral 10. The surrounding people were shocked. Being the leader of an academy was no ordinary honor. Even if Astral 10 was an exiled academy, it would still attract many geniuses to join it. There should be some Innerverse geniuses as well. This was probably the first time someone in the Outerverse had managed to snatch the leader's position from these people. Undying Yushan laughed, but then he coughed violently, scaring the doctors around him into treating him. Lu Yin was helpless. He had wanted to say that he had become a lockbreaker to raise his status and make it easier for him to search for treasures, but he didn't dare to say that in Undying Yushan's current state. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Undying Yushan. After a while, Undying Yushan finally calmed down. He bitterly said, Little Yin, congratulations. Every Astral Combat Academy has its own foundation, and Astral 10 is no exception. You have to cherish it, especially Astral 10's headmaster. He was once a peerless powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded. I understand, Your Majesty. Also, Undying Yushan's expression turned solemn. Return to the academy as soon as possible. Don't interfere with the Empire's affairs. Remember, don't interfere and leave as soon as possible. He then coughed violently again. To the side, Xianxia said to Lu Yin, King Zishan, you should leave first. His Majesty needs treatment. Lu Yin bowed to Undying Yushan and slowly retreated. As he walked through the palace, Lu Yin looked back. The emperor was dying, and it was even more tragic than he had imagined. Crown Prince Doran Yushan was at war with Duke Yushan, and Wendy Yushan was far away in the Innerverse. The dignified emperor of the Great Yu Empire didn't even have a descendant to attend his funeral. Doran Yushan was a few hundred years old and had a bunch of children and grandchildren, but they were all blocked by Undying Yushan. Everyone was paying attention to Undying Yushan's condition, so Lu Yin walked around the palace as King Zishan. As long as he didn't get too close to Undying Yushan, there would be no problems. The palace was huge and Lu Yin walked around for half a day without finding anything. He didn't even know where the Zishan family's treasures were hidden. Did Duke Yushan know where he had dug a hole for Lu Yin to find? Lu Yin was helpless. Even if Duke Yushan knew, it would be useless. He couldn't contact Duke Yushan, and he wasn't naive enough to think that no one was watching him. His gadget should have been monitored the moment he entered the palace. It was getting late and Lu Yin couldn't wander around the palace. He had no choice but to leave. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, several courtiers were waiting to be summoned by Undying Yushan. Two of them were people that Lu Yin had asked for bribes before and could be considered acquaintances. When they saw Lu Yin, the courtiers' expressions changed. The two who had been extorted didn't look too good. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 151. Lu Yin bade farewell to the courtiers and left, as no one had the time to bother with him at this point. However, at this moment, a spacecraft flew towards Lu Yin without any intention of changing directions. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he easily dodged it and turned around. A man got off the spacecraft and stared at Lu Yin provocatively with a cruel smile on his face. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this person. He remembered that this person was from the Outerverse Youth Council and was one of the 2 Limiters who followed Baser. No wonder he was looking for trouble. I was just saying that I was lucky today and didn't expect to run into you. What, did you get chased out of Astral 10? The man sneered as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, Who do you think you are to talk to me? The Limiter was furious as he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so impudent. We'll settle the score with Ghostfire. Do you know that you've crippled a genius? Genius? He's just a piece of trash who only knows how to use his innate gift to dodge attacks. His body is so weak that he was crippled with a single palm. Is this your so-called genius? Lu Yin mocked. The Limiter clenched his fists. There's competition in the youth council as well. Ghostfire is a genius that we nurtured, and since you crippled him, I'll cripple you as well. I'll show you who you can't afford to offend, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He then charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This Lemeter had even joined the Outerverse Youth Council. By Outerverse standards, this person was very strong, but compared to Lu Yin, who was used to fighting Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy, he was too weak. At most, this person's strength was comparable to Craner's. It was not bad for him to be comparable to the second on the Blaze Realms rankings. Even though this person was a Lemeter, the overall strength of an Outerverse Lemeter was similar to that of an Innerverse Melder. This person could be considered outstanding, but he was still far from being comparable to Lu Yin. Bang! The Lemeter's fist was easily caught by Lu Yin, and the palace guards who had been about to attack stopped in their tracks and stared blankly. Lu Yin tightened his grip, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Lemeter howled in pain, but Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he bent his hand and broke the man's fist. He then pressed down with his palm, forcing the man to kneel on the ground. The Lemeter looked up fiercely. "How dare you? Let go. I'm from the Youth Council. I'm teaching you who you can't afford to offend." He then sent out 3 stacks from his palm, pinning the man to the ground and causing the ground to cave in. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How could a Lemeter from the Outerverse Youth Council be unable to retaliate against Lu Yin? How long had he been in Astral 10? Could the Astral Combat Academy really change a person's strength that much? Lu Yin retracted his hand and looked down at the Lemeter lying in the crater. "Go back and tell Bazer to remember his words. I'm going to join the Outerverse Youth Council." He then turned around and left. The Lemeter gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, but he was also extremely shocked. This person had only left the Great Yu Empire for a short period of time, and he had only felt this kind of suppression from explorers. How could a mere Melder be so strong? Not too far away, a few courtiers looked at each other in shock. King Zishan had changed. If he had only been an idle person who used his status to seek benefits, then he was now a young powerhouse who had just shown his talent. Although he was not all-powerful, he had shown great potential that no one dared to underestimate. It was no wonder why Astral 10 had descended upon the Frostwave Weave and attracted millions of people to take the test. The universe's top academy could really change a person. King Zishan's palace was still the same, but Lu Yin was still unwilling to give up. He searched the entire palace, but he couldn't find any information about the Zishan family's treasure. He sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to search, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find anything. He looked up at the 3 rings of land and his eyes lit up. It was time to learn the complete Sky Beast Claw. Although it might not be very useful, he was still unwilling to give it up. Challenge the 5 Hall Masters? Let's see if you can stop me now. Although the Great Yu Empire's internal strife had caused some of Yu Academy's elites to leave, most of them had remained behind. The next day, Gerbok sat on the top floor of the tower and looked down at the lake below with a melancholy expression. He didn't know if the Empire would survive this crisis. A beeping sound came from his gadget, and Gerbok's eyes lit up when he looked at it. His lips curled up. "How bold of you to challenge the 5 Hall Masters. Looks like you've learned a lot in Astral 10. It's a pity that the 5 of you didn't come this far for nothing. You're dreaming if you think you can catch up to us in a few months." He immediately notified the others. It had been a long time since someone had challenged the Hall Masters, and all of them had been challenged at once. Now that you mention it, Schutz is also in Astral 10 and the 2 of them should have fought before. If he dares to challenge us now, does he really have the confidence to do so? No, we can't let him succeed. Otherwise he'll be too arrogant. He can replace Schutz, but he can't challenge us, Gerbok said excitedly. Huozhong, Logan and Tianming quickly received the news and headed to the Formcast pool. Lu Yin had been waiting there for a long time, and the first to arrive was Tianming. "Congratulations on entering Astral 10, King Zishan." Tianming congratulated Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. "You're welcome, Hallmaster Tianming. You taught me the 3 stacks before, and I'm here today to return the favor." "Return the favor?" Tianming was puzzled. Lu Yin nodded. "We'll talk about this later. Someone's here." Tianming was shocked. Someone's here? He hadn't sensed it. Logan arrived soon after. Tianming's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin solemnly. This person had changed and he was a little terrifying. Lu Yin was very curious about Logan. When he had wanted to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, Logan had immediately agreed and tried his best to be kind to him. He was a strange person, but he had comprehended the Sky Beast Claw the most in Yu Academy, with a total of 49 forms. Hu Zhong also arrived at this time. The Hu family shouldn't have been friendly to Lu Yin, but he found that both Hu Qingshan and Hu Zhong treated him well. Zhang Dingtian is missing King Zishan. This was the first thing Hu Zhong said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin sighed, "Let him be. Fate is fated and life and death cannot be forced." Hu Zhong nodded and silently stood to the side. Logan glanced at Lu Yin from time to time with a complicated expression. There was curiosity, doubt, suspicion and even anticipation. Zhou soon arrived and laughed when he saw Lu Yin. "Brat, you've only been studying in Astral 10 for a while and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to challenge us. Didn't shits make you suffer enough?" Lu Yin smiled. "So what if I try? I'm bored anyway." Zhou grinned. "Fine, let's try. Come, let's cut the crap. Do you want to fight one-on-one or as a group?" Lu Yin grinned. "It doesn't matter." Zhou had only joked about challenging a hall master in a group, but Lu Yin's nonchalance angered him. He was a hall master of Yu Academy, one of the top youths in the Great Yu Empire, and yet he was being looked down upon like this. He didn't even think about it before taking out a lightning fruit. Lightning arrow. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his hand, mimicking Zhou actions. Lightning arrow. Crackle. Thunder rumbled and spread into the distance. Tianming and the rest were shocked, and Zhou eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Yin had really used the lightning arrow. Although it wasn't real lightning, it was much more powerful and didn't require the help of a lightning fruit. "How is this possible? You have an innate gift for lightning?" Zhou exclaimed. The others stared at Lu Yin as well. Even the powerhouses guarding the formcast pool, including some explorers, were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin explained, "Star energy isn't that simple. Control over it is very important. Students of the Astral Combat Academy rarely rely on external objects in their battles. Whether it's natural phenomena or anything else, they can all be transformed with star energy. Even if it's not real, it's still better than the real thing." Zhou and the rest were shocked. Lu Yin's words seemed to open a new door for them. Star energy could be used in this way. The outer verse naturally had its own division of control over star energy, but not everyone knew about it. Lu Yin had only learned about it after joining Astral 10 through the Rainmaster's compensation. Perhaps even Shits didn't know about it. This wasn't a secret, but no one was willing to announce it. No one wanted to see others surpass them. Lu Yin didn't want Zhou and the rest to cultivate without knowing anything. They were all good people. However, it was very difficult to improve one's control of star energy. Astral 10 had the Rain Observatory, but the other academies also had similar facilities. Zhou and the others might not have known about it because of this. Even if Undying Yushan had told them about it, it would have been useless. The Great Yu Empire did not have any similar facilities. "I lost," Zhou said gloomily, feeling a little disappointed. He hadn't expected the difference between them to be so great after only a few months. Tianming, Lakong and Hu Zhong didn't object. Lu Yin's ability to transform his star energy into lightning and defeat Zhou proved that he was far stronger than them. There was no need to compete. "King Zishan, you can learn all of the Sky Beast Claw. No one will stop you. This is the address," Tianming told Lu Yin. Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Thank you." Back on Earth, Lu Yin had wanted to learn all of the Sky Beast Claw, but after coming to the Great Yu Empire, even King Zishan couldn't do it. The 5 hall masters were so strong that they couldn't be defeated. However, it hadn't been long since they'd arrived at Astral 10, and the environment was sometimes more important than one's ability. Lu Yin couldn't comfort Zhou when he saw how gloomy he was. Unless he could bring them to Astral 10, he wouldn't be able to change their cultivation environment. Zhou, Lakong and Hu Zhong quickly left, leaving only Tianming behind. "Hallmaster Tianming, let's exchange palms," Lu Yin said. Tianming nodded and didn't ask why. He had an easygoing personality and hadn't been angry when Lu Yin had stolen his 3 stacks, so he didn't care about Lu Yin's strange request. He raised his palm and slapped Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his own and the two palms collided. 3 consecutive sounds rang out. This was their 3 stacks. But the next moment, Tianming's expression changed and he took a step back. 4th stacks appeared, and before he could react, 5th stacks appeared, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 152. 5 stacks? Tianming was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you for teaching me 3 stacks, Hall Master Tianming. 5 stacks is my repayment. Tianming was stunned. How do you know 5 stacks? That's an ultimate technique from Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. Did you meet a disciple there? Lu Yin smiled and shook his head. I learned it from a mentor in Astral 10. Hall Master Tianming, 5 stacks isn't difficult. Try it out a bit more and I'll start learning the Sky Beast Claw once you've mastered it. Tianming suppressed his shock and joy and nodded. He raised his palm again with a solemn expression. This was 5 stacks. As a disciple who had been expelled from the 9-stack sect, 5 stacks was very attractive to him. Even though he would owe Lu Yin a favor, he was still willing to learn it. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to teach him 9 stacks, but that it would take too much time and he didn't have the time to slowly teach him. Even learning 5 stacks had taken him 2 days before Tianming could barely grasp how to use it. It would take months for him to become proficient in it. Tianming wasn't Lu Yin and didn't have the serious technique, so he needed time to slowly understand battle techniques. It was at this point that Lu Yin felt the value of the serious technique. He desperately wanted to simulate the 9th star and form a galaxy. That would be a qualitative change. All of the Sky Beast claws had been recorded on a stone wall, and each of the 5 Hall Masters had kept 20 forms. This was only a portion of the simulated stone wall, and when Lu Yin saw the real stone wall, he felt an ancient aura wash over him, followed by a giant beast claw tearing through the sky. Lu Yin instantly saw the scales on the claw, but it was only for a moment. The Sky Beast Claw stone wall was brought out by His Majesty from the Innerverse. Back then, the Great Yu Empire didn't have the Sky Beast Claw or Flash Step. It wasn't until His Majesty returned from the Innerverse that these 2 battle techniques were created, and they shook the entire Frostwave weave. Lu Yin had long since immersed himself in the Sky Beast Claw technique. It was clearly a very ordinary claw tearing through space, but he saw endless transformations. It was like a peerless powerhouse who had returned to his original state. Even a single form would be able to counter any battle technique. The Sky Beast Claw gave Lu Yin the feeling that it could deal with any battle technique. Lu Yin stared at the Sky Beast Claw and subconsciously raised his hand to imitate it. Faint beastly roars could be heard in the void. In the history of Yu Academy, the person who had comprehended the Sky Beast Claw the most was a Hall Master from the previous 3 generations who had passed away. He had been an explorer, but he had died in a war with another weave. That Hall Master had comprehended the 72 forms and could be considered an innate genius. He had been able to defeat 2 powerhouses at the same level by himself, but he had still died in a siege. It was truly lamentable. This was just Yu Academy, and the Sky Beast Claw wasn't limited to just Yu Academy. The royal family could learn it as well. Lu Yin had once seen a shadow of the Sky Beast Claw in Duke Yushan's posture when he drank, and it had already fused into his body. Duke Yushan had lived for hundreds of years, so his understanding of the Sky Beast Claw was definitely strong. Crown Prince Doran had definitely learned it as well. Lu Yin had originally only learned 20 forms, but after facing the ancient stone wall for 5 days in a row, he had already learned 43 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. The 8 stars in his art of Sirius were operating at full power, and his learning speed had greatly increased. His understanding of the Sky Beast Claw continued to rise. Another 5 days passed and he had already learned 90 forms. His palm turned into a claw and the void distorted. He had a feeling that once he learned all 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, he would be able to tear through the void. A melder could tear through the void, which was a sign of an innate genius. The 5 Hall Masters had studied the Sky Beast Claw for many years, but they had only learned less than 50 forms. This made them very weak, and Wendy Yushan looked down on them. However, Lu Yin's learning talent was enough to shock Astral 10. The 90 forms seemed to be a threshold, and the further one progressed, the harder it was to comprehend them. Over the next 3 days he only managed to comprehend 6 forms, and after that he was unable to continue. Even the serious art could only allow him to clearly see the changes in the 96 forms. Lu Yin exhaled and stopped learning. The 96 forms were not bad, but since he couldn't understand them he wouldn't force it. However, the Sky Beast Claw had left a deep impression on him, and once his serious art improved he might be able to deduce the remaining forms based on his memory. It took him 13 days to comprehend the 96 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. This result was enough to shock even the undying Yushan. Lu Yin raised a hand and clawed out, causing the void to almost shatter. This attack's power was comparable to a 9 stacks shockwave palm, and once it was infused with battle force, Lu Yin felt that he could really tear through the void. After leaving the first ring, Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace. It had already been half a month since he had returned to the capital star, and at this time, there were many powerhouses surrounding the palace. Although they had concealed their auras, Lu Yin could still sense them. He thought of the spaceships that were not from the outerverse that were docked at the space station. Was it because of the undying manual? Were the powerhouses from the innerverse about to attack the capital star? At that moment his gadget buzzed and Ruben's image appeared. Little 7, leave Xinyu Star immediately. Undying Yushan's time is almost up, and once he dies, no one will be able to stop those innerverse powerhouses. Xinyu Star will descend into chaos. There are quite a few captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons on Xinyu Star, so there shouldn't be any problems, Lu Yin said. Ruben solemnly replied, those outerverse cruisers can't compare to the innerverse powerhouses. Aside from Huaqing Shan and the Blind Monk, the others aren't of much use. The Blind Monk has also been brought to the front lines by Doran Yushan. Xinyu Star won't be able to stop those powerhouses. Let's go. Lu Yin sighed. Truthfully, Undying Yushan had treated him well, and Xinyu Star had been relatively peaceful. He hadn't expected that it would soon become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan is already on her way back to Xinyu Star. Once she gets back she'll be able to suppress everything. Nothing will happen to the Great Yu Empire, Ruben said, seeing through Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Wendy Yushan's name had not affected him at all, and he had only thought of it as a legend. However, ever since the engagement had been annulled, that name had become tightly entwined with him. Wendy Yushan might not have cared about him, but he would never forget her. It turned out that even Ruben believed that this woman could suppress everything. I understand. I'll bid farewell to Undying Yushan before I leave. Ruben nodded and disconnected the screen. As he stepped through the Grand Astral Gate, Lu Yin clearly felt many gazes on his back. A tea house had suddenly appeared not far from the palace, and it was filled with powerhouses. These innerverse powerhouses were becoming more and more unrestrained. Once Undying Yushan died, they would definitely attack the palace without hesitation. It was best to leave quickly. After waiting for a long time, Undying Yushan woke up and summoned Lu Yin. Your Majesty, Lu Yin respectfully greeted. Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin weakly. Come closer. Lu Yin walked forward. Again. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he still walked forward until he reached Undying Yushan's side. Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin, his eyes cloudy and tired. Little Yin, don't touch the Zishan family's treasures. Return to Astral 10. Lu Yin was shaken and looked at Undying Yushan. He knew that this iron-blooded emperor who had ruled the empire for 800 years was still very observant even on his deathbed. Lu Yin could only blame himself for being too obvious that day and walking around the palace for half a day. Your Majesty. Lu Yin wanted to say something, but Undying Yushan stopped him. The treasure belongs to your Zishan family, so I shouldn't stop you. But there's no time. Don't even think about the treasure. I'll compensate you. Leave the capital star immediately, and the further the better. Don't leave Astral 10 until you have the ability to protect yourself. Don't worry, even if a war breaks out between the empires, Earth won't be affected. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with sorrow. He could feel Undying Yushan's concern, and he was truly teaching him as an elder. Take care, Your Majesty. This farewell would be forever. Undying Yushan nodded. Go, the further the better. Lu Yin took a few steps back, bowed and then turned to leave. Undying Yushan sighed. So what if he had once roamed the universe? Now he was being surrounded by thieves, his descendants being monitored and his son turning against him. He had not done anything wrong, so why was it like this? Sigh. It's a pity that the Purple Star's medicine isn't effective enough. Otherwise, it could have extended His Majesty's life. Lu Yin had just stepped out when he heard this and his eyes flashed. The speaker was one of the doctors who had been treating Undying Yushan. When His Majesty returned from the Innerverse with serious injuries, it was thanks to the Purple Star that he was able to survive for so many years. But now the Purple Star has been depleted. There's no other way. It's a miracle medicine from the Starfall Sea of the Innerverse. Even the fifth princess would find it difficult to harvest it. It requires luck, one of the doctors said bitterly. His Majesty can be saved if the medicine's efficacy is doubled. What a pity, what a pity. The second prince is truly ruthless. He set up a trap 100 years ago to slowly drain away the medicine's efficacy. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Yin stood at the door, his eyes flashing. He might be able to increase the medicine's efficacy if he drew 3 pips and upgraded the Purple Star by 1 level. Should he do it or not? He hesitated. If he did it, it might expose his innate gift, but if he didn't do it, he recalled how Undying Yushan had looked at him as if he were family. His heart trembled and his gaze became resolute. Sometimes a person's emotions were more important than anything else. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't a selfless person, and he was also greedy for small gains. He would also do shady and secretive things, but he would never sacrifice himself to save someone else. He had always thought that such people were idiots, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to his family. Otherwise, how would he be any different from a wild beast? Undying Yushan had treated him well ever since he had arrived in the Great Yu Empire. He wanted to protect this person even if he had to pay a price. Lu Yin returned to Undying Yushan's side. Your Majesty, can you let me take a look at the Purple Star? Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The Purple Star was something Undying Yushan used to preserve his life, and this request was no different from murder. Xianxia and Zhu Lang's gazes turned cold. Undying Yushan opened his eyes tiredly. Sure. Your Majesty, you can't. The Purple Star is a life-saving treasure. Undying Yushan weakly asked, how long can it last? The doctor lowered his head. It wasn't a question of how long it could last, but rather that it couldn't. Undying Yushan only had a single breath left. Give it to little Yin, Undying Yushan said tiredly. Zhu Lang stood up and stared at Lu Yin with an icy gaze. He didn't know what King Zishan wanted to do, but asking for the Purple Star at this time was definitely not a simple matter. Lu Yin hadn't expected Undying Yushan to give him the life-saving treasure without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and hoped that his luck wasn't too bad. He had to draw 3 pips. He had to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 153. The Purple Star was a spherical purple plant that shone like starlight, but it was clearly shriveled. This was the result of poor care and the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Lu Yin couldn't help but sigh at Duke Yushan's astonishing schemes. He had planned for this day 100 years ago, and his betrayal had been timed perfectly. He didn't know how many star crystals it would take to upgrade the star, but he had 160,000 on him. He hoped that it would be enough. Otherwise he would have to ask Undying Yushan for more. Holding the star, Lu Yin was led to a nearby lounge where Zhu Lang kept an eye on him. Lu Yin smiled wryly. Captain Zhu Lang, the star no longer has any effect on Uncle's life. I want to see if I can restore its medicinal efficacy, but I can't do it with you watching me. Zhu Lang was shocked. You can restore its medicinal efficacy? Lu Yin nodded. There's a chance, but it's still worth a try. Zhu Lang looked deeply at Lu Yin before turning away and closing the door without another word. Lu Yin took a deep breath. As the saying went, a gentleman would not stand beside a collapsing wall, but it all depended on who he was facing. He had lost his memories and didn't know where he had come from. Uncle Reuben and the others had saved him, so they were his family. Undying Yushan was also family, so it was worth it to risk it all. He took out the die and sat there for nearly 20 days before it returned to its original state. Lu Yin was glad that he had 20 days free so he could roll it 4 times in a row. He tapped it lightly and it spun until it finally stopped at Enhance. Enhance was very easy to roll, so he entered the time-stop space and spent the next 3 days relaxing as he tried to simulate the 9th star again and again. He walked out of the gray space 3 days later, still unable to simulate the 9th star. However, the crazy director had helped him simulate it a little more clearly, so there was no rush and he could take it slow. He rolled the die a second time, this time at Enhance. 5 minutes later, the disintegration vortex disappeared. Lu Yin rolled the die a third time, hoping that it wouldn't fail. Unfortunately, he rolled Enhance for the third time. Lu Yin didn't move. There were experts like Xianxia and Zhu Lang outside, so there was definitely no lack of powerhouses with innate gifts. It was a pity that he couldn't touch it, so Enhance was wasted. He took a deep breath and rolled the die for the 4th time. After 5 tries, his mind would collapse and he would need to sleep. He would have to wait at least 10 days before rolling the die again, so the 4th time was very important. Lu Yin watched as the die slowly stopped spinning, ending at Enhance. Another wasted opportunity. Lu Yin clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute. 3 and 6 pips were already difficult to get, so he had to try again. Of a person. How? Lu, C.T. T. He rested for a while and then opened his hand to reveal a dull die. He could still use his innate gift in the time-stop space, but the cost was several times higher than in the outside world. In other words, he could roll 4 times in the outside world, but here he had to rest for 10 days after each roll. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe than rolling 5 times in the outside world. Fortunately, he was in the time-stop space, which allowed him to squander freely. Now, it all depended on whether or not the crystals could hold out. Lu Yin generously added another 30 days, which cost him nearly 6,000 crystals. He had 40 days left, which meant he could only roll 4 times. He didn't believe that he couldn't get Enhance. There were still 30 days left. Lu Yin looked around at the dim environment and wanted to change it. He just needed to use some crystals, but he decided against it. He didn't know how much it would take to upgrade his purple star, so he'd leave it at that. He simulated the 9th star again and another 10 days passed. He took out his die and tapped it again. Enhance. Enhance. Lu Yin was speechless. Enhance was really difficult to roll. Another 10 days passed and Lu Yin tapped it again. He hadn't held much hope, but when the number 3 appeared, he was so excited that he almost kissed it. He'd finally rolled Enhance. Lu Yin sighed in relief when he saw 2 screens, one high and one low. Enhance was still useful. He took out his purple star and placed it on the upper screen. He then took out some star crystals and tossed them in. As more and more crystals were tossed in, the purple star slowly descended at a rate even slower than the Formcast model. Lu Yin's heart sank. Upgrading the Formcast model required nearly 300,000 crystals, and this small purple star would only cost more. The purple star came from the Immerse Starfall Sea and was a life-saving treasure. It was worth the price, but he didn't have that many crystals. He could only upgrade it as much as he could. Lu Yin tossed in the remaining 150,000 crystals, and they were slowly absorbed by the screen. The purple star slowly descended, and its shriveled surface gradually regained its luster. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The doctor had said that he only needed to double the medicine's potency, which meant that he didn't need to upgrade it. After tossing in all 150,000 crystals, the purple star appeared between the 2 screens. Its shriveled surface had completely recovered, and there was even a faint luster flowing through it. Even its color had begun to change. Lu Yin took out the purple star. The color has changed. Don't tell me it's useless? Whatever, if it was useless, then so be it. He tried his best. There were still 20 days left and Lu Yin didn't want to waste them. He used 100 crystals to increase the gravity by 100 times. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had about 3,000 crystals left. This would have been a huge fortune before he left the Great Yu Empire, but it was too little now. However, he still had 100,000 crystals left in his Mavis Bank crystal card, so he still had money. 20 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin's perception of the 9th star increased. However, it still didn't appear. It was a long road ahead. To Lu Yin it had been almost 2 months, but to Zhu Lang and the others, it hadn't been that long. When Lu Yin returned the purple star to the doctor with a pale face, The doctor's eyes narrowed and he stared at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Zhu Lang and the others stared at him coldly. Speak clearly. What's wrong? The doctor was shocked and in disbelief. The purple star has turned into a billowing star. Everyone was shocked. They had all heard of the billowing star. Undying Yushan had been heavily injured for many years, and the people guarding him were all his most trusted people. They had heard countless doctors sigh about how a billowing star could heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Xianxia had gone to the Starfall Sea several times and almost lost his life there, but he still hadn't been able to find a billowing star or even a purple star. The same went for 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Whether it was a purple star or a billowing star, they were both treasures that could only be found by chance. Compared to a purple star, a billowing star was even more precious, worth dozens of times more. It was extremely precious even in the Innerverse. How had Lu Yin done it? Everyone looked at him. Wait, this isn't a billowing star, the doctor said regretfully. It's still a purple star, but it's transforming into a billowing star. Is it useful for Uncle's injuries? Lu Yin asked. The doctor nodded happily. It's definitely useful. How did you do it, Your Highness? Lu Yin waved a hand. Treat Uncle first. I'm tired, so I need to rest. He then returned to the resting room and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia and the rest didn't disturb him and instead urged the doctor to treat him. The outside couldn't hear Lu Yin's conversation, but they could hear the doctor's cries of surprise. A guard's expression changed when he heard the doctor's cries and he slowly left. An hour later, several figures appeared in the sky above the palace, emitting terrifying undulations. Xianxia and Zhu Lang exchanged glances, but they didn't react. Within the palace, the 4th Squadron's Captain Do, the 6th Squadron's Captain Peach and the 9th Squadron's Captain Rocky Anna floated up and stared coldly outside the palace. This is the Great Yu Empire's palace. Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Outside the palace, an elder sneered. A mere Outerverse empire dares to show off? Undying Yushan is already dead. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise your Xenu star will be bathed in blood today. Do's gaze was cold. The Innerverse powerhouses have never interfered with the Outerverse. You've violated the universe's rules. Outside the palace, a woman giggled. Rules? Your Outerverse can only listen. We're the ones who set the rules, so get lost immediately. Otherwise, the moment we attack, this enormous palace will be reduced to dust. There were no less than 10 powerhouses outside the palace. Although the Innerverse guessed that Undying Yushan had obtained the Undying Manual was very low, they didn't really care. Even so, there were still quite a few people sent by the various great powers, which put a lot of pressure on Do and the rest. Suddenly, the sky turned red and countless people on Xenu Star looked up. Scorching flames covered the sky and covered not only Xenu Star, but also the 3 ring continents and the entire universe. This was the power of a hunter. Xianxia had appeared. As a powerhouse who had roamed the Innerverse and was one of the few hunters in the Great Yu Empire, his appearance caused everyone outside the palace to feel apprehensive. They were only explorers and the stronger ones were only cruisers. Even if they didn't care about the Outerverse, they still didn't dare to underestimate a hunter. Not far from the palace, in the Huo family's courtyard, Hu Xiaoling's face was pale as she worriedly looked up at the sky. On the other side, the Ona family was in a similar situation. All the great families of the Great Yu Empire were bound together for good or ill. Faced with the pressure from the Innerverse, they had chosen to resist. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, everyone would die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 154. Bezer was relaxed as he watched the scene unfold. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so the Innerverse powerhouses did not dare to touch him. He was the most relaxed person here and he would never forget how Undying Yushan had suppressed him. Die. If you die, I'll personally slaughter that person. The 3 rings of the continent were on high alert. At this moment, no spacecraft was allowed to enter Xenu Star. Outside the planet, explorers appeared one after another and stared coldly at Xenu Star. My Great Yu Empire does not fear war. If you want to trample on my empire's dignity, You'll have to go through the 13 Imperial squadrons first. Xianxia shouted. As he spoke, the flames in the sky grew even stronger, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The Innerverse powerhouses were apprehensive. There were not many powerhouses in the Outerverse, and even large organizations that controlled entire weaves did not have many hunters. However, the Great Yu Empire was an exception. If not for the Outerverse's covert actions over the past few hundred years, the Great Yu Empire would not have only controlled half of Frostwave Weave. With the Empire's strength, it might have even annexed the surrounding weaves. The Great Yu Empire was like a ferocious and brutal beast that had been trapped. Today, however, they would have to face this beast head-on. Suddenly, another violent force appeared and overturned the flames that covered the sky. A mere hunter from the Outerverse dares to spout such arrogant words. Today, your Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace will cease to exist. The voice swept across Xinyu Star, causing the 3 rings of the continent to tremble. The oceans on Xinyu Star boiled and the continents cracked. Countless spacecraft were damaged and fell to the ground. Countless people were shocked and fearful as they looked up at the sky. A giant palm had appeared and was grabbing at the Imperial Palace. Do and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were shocked. Only Xianxia's eyes burned with passion. His body vaguely turned red and he was even hotter than the sun. An indescribable power was brewing and the palm in the sky suddenly paused. The person who had attacked felt an extraordinary threat. Xianxia was not a simple person. He had once roamed the Innerverse and even left his name in the Blaze realm. At that moment, a green wave pulsed like a heart and then inexplicably exploded. It tore through the palm and shot into space, instantly dispelling all of the power that was affecting Xinyu Star. At the same time, the Innerverse powerhouses who had surrounded the Imperial Palace all coughed up blood, their faces as white as paper. In outer space, an elder's pupils shrank. He was the hunter from the Innerverse who had been about to crush the Imperial Palace. At this moment, green star energy appeared in front of him and transformed into Undying Yushan's palm. The elder was aghast. "You're not dead? Your domain is actually so terrifying. Go back and tell your master that I, Undying Yushan, don't have what he wants." The old man was swept by the green star energy and all 4 of his limbs were broken. He quickly fled in fear. Green star energy replaced everything else and it became the only color on Xinyu Star. Everyone was enveloped in green star energy. To the people of Xinyu Star, this star energy gave them warmth, but to the people of the Innerverse, this star energy caused them to tremble in fear. Xianxia was overjoyed. This was His Majesty's power. His Majesty had finally recovered. Peach was speechless. How terrifying. She recalled the time when she was forcefully conscripted as the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Back then she had felt this power. The memory was still fresh in her mind. Under the shroud of Undying Yushan's power, the Imperial Palace became unfathomable and terrifying. The powerhouses of the Innerverse half knelt and looked at the Imperial Palace. Not long after, Undying Yushan's imposing figure floated into the air and looked down at the crowd. "I'll give you a warning. Scram!" he shouted, causing everyone to cough up blood again. They could feel the terrifying pressure on their internal organs, but they endured their injuries and retreated. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Empire is invincible." Undying Yushan scanned the crowd and sighed inwardly. Gory? How could it be that easy? He could only struggle at death's door for a little while longer. The more he used his power, the closer he would be to the end of his life. The Empire will return to normal. Check all entry and exit records and arrest any suspicious individuals. Xianxia, you're in charge of this matter, Undying Yushan ordered. Xianxia hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After issuing a few more orders, Undying Yushan descended and returned to the Imperial Palace. In outer space, many powerhouses from the Innerverse were furious. They had been ordered to hide in the Great Yu Empire for so many years just to wait for the final moment. They had even been afraid that the Great Yu Empire was stronger, so they had secretly tried to stop them from expanding their territory. They had never expected to be tricked by Undying Yushan, and all of their efforts had been for naught. The Hunter Realm Elder was even more resentful. All of his limbs had been severed, and he was relying on star energy to maintain his life. His blood stained the heavens and he had to take revenge. However, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and undying Xian, so he could only think of a way to ask his master for help. Everyone thought that this was all part of undying Xian's plan, but they did not know that without Lu Yin, undying Xian would already be dead. Lu Yin really did fall asleep. He had only been pretending to be asleep to make his innate gift look better, but he was truly tired. He slept until the third day and he slept soundly. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was undying Xian, whose back was facing him. Lu Yin's gaze turned from confusion to clarity and he hurriedly stood up. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Undying Xian turned around and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. He nodded. "Little Yin, thank you." "What are you saying, Your Majesty?" "Without you I wouldn't be where I am today," Lu Yin said solemnly. Undying Xian smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Your ancestor, Undying Zishan, saved my life more than once. Now you, a descendant of the Zishan family, have saved my life as well. I owe the Zishan family too much." Lu Yin did not speak as he knew that Undying Xian was reminiscing. Undying Xian sighed and turned to look at the sky. "Little Yin, what do you think of the Great Yu Empire?" Lu Yin felt that this was a strange topic as he should not interrupt. However, he still answered, "The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. It's very good." Undying Xian laughed. "There's no need to be so formal with me. Tell me the truth." "I don't know, I've never traveled before," Lu Yin blurted out. Undying Xian looked at Lu Yin again with a serious expression. "If I say that I'm handing this empire over to you, will you accept it?" Lu Yin was shocked and immediately retreated. "Your Majesty, please don't joke with Little Yin. Little Yin wouldn't dare." Undying Xian laughed and waved his hand. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go, I'll show you something." He then led the way. Lu Yin looked at Undying Xian strangely and followed behind. They passed through pavilions and towers as well as a high-tech protective net. Undying Xian brought Lu Yin to a corner of the palace, where a tunnel appeared on the ground. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he could vaguely guess what Undying Xian was about to show him. Undying Xian smiled and slowly stepped into the tunnel. Lu Yin followed closely behind him. The underground tunnel was very ordinary and aside from a corridor there was nothing else. At most there were some murals. Finally, the two stopped in front of a giant metal door. Undying Xian looked at it and said, "You were looking for this a while ago, right? It's the Zishan family's treasure." Lu Yin did not hide anything. "Yes, someone once told me that the Zishan family's treasure might be hidden in the palace." Undying Xian turned to look at Lu Yin. "Tell me, why are you looking for it?" Lu Yin answered without hesitation, "I need money." Undying Xian was shocked. He had thought that Lu Yin would come up with all sorts of excuses, but he had not expected it to be so simple. So it made sense. Treasure was money and no one would look for it if they didn't need money. Undying Xian laughed. "Do you spend a lot of money in Astral 10? Lu Yin answered seriously, "Very. Every training in Astral 10 requires star crystals, especially after I broke through to the Melder realm. My mentor told me to fill up my reserves with star energy, but it's like a bottomless pit. Without a huge amount of star crystals, it would take too long to slowly absorb the drifting star energy in the universe. Yes, the Melder realm is a hurdle and it's very expensive. It's my oversight. I should have given you more back then." Undying Xian sighed. Lu Yin was excited. From his tone he could get something from Undying Xian. Undying Xian turned around and slowly pushed open the metal door. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. Just how many treasures did the Zishan family have? Was there a mountain of star crystals? Or were there star essences that were far more valuable than star crystals? Lu Yin was very curious and looked forward eagerly. When the metal door was fully opened, an empty plaza appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked. Nothing? What happened to the promised treasures? He looked at Undying Xian in confusion. Undying Xian beamed at him. "Are you disappointed?" Lu Yin forced a smile. "Your Majesty, you've become much more humorous after recovering." Undying Xian smiled again. "It's not humorous. It's prepared for those rascals." Lu Yin was confused. Undying Xian's smile faded. The Immerse has been investigating everything about me for hundreds of years, and they've even prevented the Empire from expanding its territory. How could I not have noticed? Whether it was the Empire's treasury or the Xian family's treasures, I purposely spread them so that they would be buried with me after my death. Lu Yin was shocked. It's fake. Undying Yushan's lips curled up. Of course it's fake. Do you think I wouldn't use the treasures if they were real? Have they always been hidden? It's not just the Xian family. Many of the Empire's destroyed families have legends of treasures hidden in the palace, but because of the passage of time, no one talks about them anymore. However, those rascals from the Immerse won't forget, and they'll do everything they can to investigate. Undying Yushan pointed at the empty plaza. Look, they don't need anything. The so-called Xian family's treasures don't exist at all. Do you think they'll believe that? They've been hiding for hundreds of years and they'll definitely go in to investigate. This is the tomb I prepared for them. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive. There are a total of 5 such tombs in the palace. Undying Yushan raised his head. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the first time he felt the spirit of this dying emperor. He was delusional enough to want to bury all the powerhouses of the Immerse in one fell swoop. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 155. This was an overt scheme that had been set up hundreds of years ago. Even if they were told that there was no treasure, they wouldn't believe them and would search every inch of the palace. They also didn't dare to directly destroy the palace since they didn't know how the Undying Manual was recorded. They were afraid of destroying it with a single blow. Even if the chances of the Undying Manual being in the palace were 1 in a million, they still didn't dare to take the risk. Undying Yushan had tied everyone up and buried them with him. What do you think? Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Your Majesty is bold. Do you have any questions? Undying Yushan smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid that the Immerse powers will destroy the Great Yu Empire in anger? Undying Yushan replied, Who do you think forced that unfilial son Duke to do this? Lu Yin was puzzled at first, but then he thought of something and looked at Undying Yushan in shock. Undying Yushan clasped his hands behind his back. The entire universe knows that Duke betrayed the Empire. Even if the Empire is destroyed, he can still live. He is the only remaining bloodline of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he recalled Duke Yushan's bitter gaze that night, as well as Doran's blatant attempt to steal the throne. Everything was clear. Duke Yushan hadn't wanted to steal the throne at all, but had been forced to do so by the dying emperor in front of him. He wanted the Great Yu Empire to continue its legacy, and perhaps even Duke Yushan himself didn't know that he had become a chess piece. This was too ruthless. Undying Yushan had forced his own son to rebel just to bury the powerhouses of the Immerse. He had schemed for hundreds of years just to bury those people. Was it worth it? Duke had set up a scheme to destroy the Purple Star 100 years ago in order to kill Undying Yushan, but he hadn't expected that everything would be part of Undying Yushan's plan. He didn't want to live at all and just wanted to take those people down with him. Your Majesty, why are you telling me this? Lu Yin was apprehensive. Undying Yushan looked at Lu Yin seriously. I'm not joking with you. As long as you're willing, I can let you inherit the Great Yu Empire. Because of something, the Great Yu Empire has been targeted by the Immerse powers, and it's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. Duke and Wendy are 2 options, but that's not safe. I need a third option. That still shouldn't be me, Lu Yin said. Undying Yushan smiled. You are King Zishan and you are the 4th person qualified to inherit the throne. Of course it should be you. Don't worry, I'm not making you emperor. I just want you to inherit my will. When the day comes that you have the ability to rebuild the Great Yu Empire and protect this part of the universe, it will be enough for me to live up to my ancestors. Furthermore, he wasn't the real King Zishan. This person in front of him had told him everything and he had complete trust in him. Lu Yin didn't want to betray this trust and he had his own moral bottom line. At the same time, he also felt the intentions of the emperor. For the sake of inheritance, they would do anything. They would force their own children to turn against each other, make brothers kill each other and murder their own fathers. They would not care about the lives of countless people. He did not want to become such a person. Undying Yushan sighed. I know that it will be difficult for you to accept everything in such a short period of time. Take this. He took out a ring and passed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. What's this? This is the ring of authority of the empire. If I, Doran and Duke meet with misfortune one day, you can use it to command the entire empire's army, Undying Yushan said. Lu Yin wanted to return it, but when he saw the hopeful look in Undying Yushan's eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. He knew what Undying Yushan was thinking. In the current situation he was in the most danger. He had been targeted for hundreds of years, followed by Doran, Duke and finally Wendy Yushan. Even though the chances of her being in danger were low, he still couldn't afford to be careless. He was the last option since no one was paying attention to him, and he was also hiding in the Astral Combat Academy. Undying Yushan smiled when he saw Lu Yin accept the ring. That's the King Zishan you are. You are responsible. From now on, you are the fourth official successor of the empire. As the successor, I have a gift for you. He then took out a crystal card. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the main point. The Zishan family's treasure was gone, so Undying Yushan would definitely compensate him. There are 100,000 star crystals here. Consider it your reward for breaking through to the Melder realm, Undying Yushan said. Lu Yin had been wondering how much it would be, but he hadn't expected it to only be 100,000. His appetite had grown and 100,000 wasn't enough to excite him. Back when he had defeated Craner, he had obtained nearly 90,000 star crystals. Of course, he knew that the inner verse and outer verse produced different amounts of star crystals. The inner verse had nearly 100 times more star crystals than the outer verse, and 100,000 was equivalent to 10 million star crystals in the inner verse. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lu Yin said gratefully. The outer verse star crystal production is very low. 100,000 isn't much in the inner verse, but it should be enough for you. If I'm still alive after you break through to the Lamiter realm, I'll give you another gift. The empire seems to be quite rich, Your Majesty, Lu Yin probed. Undying Yushan laughed. What do you want to ask? Lu Yin recalled the time when he had asked for bribes on the capital star. The ministers had only given him a small amount, which was far from what Undying Yushan had given him. No matter how rich the royal family was, the difference shouldn't be that great. Was I too stingy when I asked for a greeting gift from those ministers? Lu Yin asked. Undying Yushan laughed. You weren't stingy because it was a greeting gift. Lu Yin's expression turned bitter as the words greeting gift were an insult to him. He had gone there with the intention of asking for bribes, but he hadn't expected them to actually give him a greeting gift. The money was just pocket change and it was too embarrassing. He had been so complacent that they didn't even care about him. Lu Yin silently warned himself that he would have to be careful in the future. When he asked for bribes, he didn't ask for the price. Instead, he asked for a percentage. Alright, I've told you everything and given you your reward. Now, I'll be teaching you the royal family's battle techniques, the invisible aura technique and the Ashi force, Undying Yushan said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. You're teaching me the royal family's battle techniques? Undying Yushan grunted. When I returned from the Innerverse, I brought back 4 battle techniques. The Sky Beast Claw, Flash Step, Invisible Aura Technique and the Ashi Force. The Sky Beast Claw was given to you Academy in hopes of creating talents for the Empire. The Flash Step was given to the 13 Imperial Squadrons, and the Invisible Aura Technique and the Ashi Force were the royal family's ultimate techniques. You are the official heir to the throne, so you naturally have the right to learn them. Undying Yushan had been extremely benevolent to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin was touched. Thank you, Your Majesty, but I've learned too many battle techniques and it'll be too messy to learn more. Undying Yushan thought about it and agreed. In that case, you don't need to learn the Ashi Force. You must learn the Invisible Aura Technique. Invisible Aura Technique. Lu Yin was puzzled. Undying Yushan solemnly explained, the Invisible Aura Technique completely conceals one's aura. In technical terms, it's combat power. Even in battle, no one can detect your combat power. The reason I was able to return to the Empire from the Innerverse was because of the Invisible Aura Technique. This technique can save lives if used properly. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Completely concealing his aura sounded like something good. Thank you, Your Majesty. The invisible aura technique wasn't a complicated technique. It was just a technique that used one's muscles to seal star energy. It could be learned quickly, and although it was simple, it was difficult for anyone to think of using it to conceal their aura. Lu Yin only took 20 minutes to learn it. Your learning speed surprises me. I heard that you only took 13 days to comprehend the 96 forms of the sky beast claw, and you learned Tianming's 3 stacks with a single glance. Your talent gives me hope that you'll marry Wendy, Undying Yushan sighed. Lu Yin was still immersed in the joy of learning the invisible aura technique, and he was caught off guard when he heard the name Wendy. His heart sank. He had heard this name too many times and it was impossible not to care. Little Yin, I can help you with many things, but I can't help you with Wendy. Although she's my daughter, she's also the successor of Myriad Swords Peak. I can't decide where she belongs, Undying Yushan said apologetically. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'll take care of my own matters with Princess Wendy. There's no need for you to worry. Undying Yushan nodded. All right, she should be back in a few days. Do you want to meet her? Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it he fell silent. He knew that the gap between him and Wendy was too great, but he wouldn't lose the courage to face her. We'll talk about it when the time comes, but I won't run away. Undying Yushan praised. Don't worry, with me here she won't do anything to you. Lu Yin nodded. Also, don't forget about your 3-year marriage agreement with the Ana family, Undying Yushan reminded him. Lu Yin had no choice but to nod. Undying Yushan patted him on the shoulder. A marriage agreement is a bond that binds 2 parties together. Even if you're not married to Jenny Ana, the Ana family is already closing in on you. Don't you feel it? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he thought back to when he had met Rocky Ana outside the Grand Astral Gate. The Ana family's goodwill had been obvious. For now you don't have any foundation in the empire. The Ana family doesn't belong to any faction, but they can be of help to you. I won't forbid the heir from communicating with outside officials, so everything will depend on your own abilities. Even if you can't marry in the end, the 3-year bond will be enough for the Ana family to help you greatly, Undying Yushan said slowly. Lu Yin glanced at Undying Yushan. This person was teaching him how to use others and how to set up a scheme to achieve the desired results. Was this the so-called scheming of an emperor? After a long time, Lu Yin finally left the palace. When he emerged from the underground, he was pulled aside by Undying Yushan for a long talk, mostly about how to deal with matters and so on. Lu Yin felt that the teachings were too dark, but he had to admit that they were very effective. 800 years of experience in governing a country was a great asset, and Doran and Duque had probably been taught as well. Now it was his turn. As he thought about it, Lu Yin unconsciously walked to the Grand Astral Gate. He looked up and was shocked to see Rocky Ana standing quietly in front of him and looking at him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 156. Lu Yin felt a little guilty when he saw Rocky Ana. He had just discussed many things with Undying Yushan about how to use the Ana family, but he hadn't expected to run into the main character as soon as he left. Sure enough, he couldn't talk behind someone's back. Hello, Captain Rocky. Lu Yin greeted him warmly and modestly. Rocky Ana nodded, his usual indifference vanishing as he forced a smile. King Zishan, do you have time to visit the Ana family? The family head has been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yin wanted to decline, but after some thought he decided against it. That day would have come sooner or later, and if he didn't pay them a visit even though he was engaged, it would be considered a lack of etiquette, but it could also be considered as looking down on them. This was the Ana family, a powerful family with a cruiser overseeing them. I'll accept your invitation. I've long wanted to visit Uncle Xueshan as well, Lu Yin politely replied. Rocky Ana smiled and led the way. Soon a luxurious spacecraft appeared, and the two boarded it and set off for the Ana family. At the same time, an ancient longsword pierced through the stars in the darkness of space, heading straight for the Great Yu Empire. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that looked like a longsword at first glance. It was incredibly fast, and it was a rare spacecraft that came from the Immerse Myriad Swords Peak. Inside was Wendy Yushan, who was rushing back. Inside the spacecraft, Wendy Yushan's face was as cold as ice. Although she didn't care about the Great Yu Empire, it was still her home with her family. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would kill them without mercy. Not long after, a spacecraft appeared in front of them and charged into the distance. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold when she saw the spacecraft. She lifted her foot and tore through space to appear in front of it. With a wave of her hand, countless sword rays flashed and merged into one to destroy the spacecraft. Everyone inside was killed, and only a middle-aged man emerged in a sorry state. He looked at Wendy Yushan in shock. You're back. Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy. Give me an explanation. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face pale. Your father, Undying Yushan, is fine. We were tricked by him and didn't hurt him at all. Wendy Yushan's gaze remained cold. I know, but this isn't the explanation I want. Wendy Yushan, you might be the successor of Myriad Swords Peak, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. I have someone backing me up as well. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Wendy Yushan cut him down with a single slash. He was a dignified cruiser, and even though he had been heavily injured, he still had the power of an explorer. However, he hadn't even been able to last a second against Wendy Yushan before he had been killed. I'll find the person behind you. You're just an ant. Wendy Yushan's tone was calm, as she did not care about the life or death of a mere cruiser. Arrogance was not enough to describe her. In her eyes, these Innerverse powerhouses were nothing. Just as she had said, they were just ants. After returning to the ship, the sword-shaped ship continued to fly into the distance. All of the Innerverse spacecraft that they encountered along the way were destroyed by Wendy Yushan without exception. She did not care about these people, nor did she care about the powers behind them. She was the successor of Myriad Swords Peak and a member of the 10 Arbiters Council. No matter how impudent these people were, they would not dare to act against a member of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters represented the pinnacle of tyranny, authority, and strength. Soon, many Innerverse powers received the news and were furious. However, they could not do anything against Wendy Yushan. Just as she had said, they could ignore Myriad Swords Peak if they joined forces, but they could not ignore the 10 Arbiters. At this moment, they all regretted their actions. If they had known that the Great Yu Empire could give birth to such a terrifying genius, then they would have killed Undying Yushan sooner, no matter the price. Then a heaven-defying character like Wendy Yushan would not have appeared. Along the way, Wendy Yushan had killed no less than 15 space-exploring powerhouses, paving the way for her return home. Even the outer space was dyed red, and both the war zones and interstellar pirates along the way trembled in fear. Wendy Yushan had announced her return in such a high-profile manner that she could see the Empire's Xenu star in the distance. At this moment, Lu Yin had just arrived at the Ona family's residence. The Ona family was one of the strongest families in the Great Yu Empire. Aside from Rocky Ona, the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, there was also the unfathomable Xianxia Ona. Xianxia Ona was the Ona family's stabilizing force, and his status was on par with Wuxia's. Lu Yin had learned this from his conversation with Rocky Ona. He had originally thought that the Ona family's patriarch was not a fighter, but he had not expected him to be even stronger than Rocky Ona. Lu Yin felt a slight chill as he looked at the Ona family's grand manner. This was a feeling brought about by the Ona family's inherited battle technique, the snowstorm palm. All of the Ona family's direct descendants had cultivated this technique. At the entrance of the manor, Lu Yin saw a familiar face. Tori Ona, the vice-captain of the 9th Squadron who had almost kicked him to death back on Earth. The moment Rocky Ona saw Tori Ona, his gaze locked onto Lu Yin. He wanted to use Tori Ona to test whether or not Lu Yin was a narrow-minded person. After all, no one would not care about someone who had almost killed them. Fortunately, Lu Yin was only slightly taken aback. He nodded at Tori Ona and smiled nonchalantly. Rocky Ona heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, King Zishan was not a narrow-minded person. A narrow-minded person would never amount to anything. Lu Yin did not care about Tori Ona, and he had never resented the man. After all, when he had kidnapped Jenny Ona, it was only right that Tori Ona had taken action. Back then, Lu Yin had not been King Zishan and he had taken a gamble. Furthermore, after he had been confirmed as King Zishan, Tori Ona had not caused any trouble for him. Everything had been within his duties, so there was no need to bicker over the past. Tori Anna was the vice captain of the 9th Squadron, a space-exploring powerhouse. No matter how high Lu Yin's status was, he still had to show some basic respect. He nodded at Tori Anna to show his sincerity. Tori Anna could not help but look at Rocky Anna. Rocky Anna nodded and Tori Anna bowed to Lu Yin before slowly retreating. Lu Yin did not notice their small actions as he was attracted to the Anna family's manner. It was not extravagant but rather simple. Everything was white as far as the eye could see, and the manor was covered in ice and snow. Our family has inherited the snowstorm palm, and only in such an environment can we train better, Rocky Anna explained. Lu Yin grunted. Rumor has it that the snowstorm palm of the Anna family can freeze the void. It's amazing. Rocky Anna could not help but laugh. Any battle technique will become terrifying once the user reaches a certain level of strength. The battle technique itself, on the other hand, isn't that powerful. You've fought with Jenny before, so you should have experienced the snowstorm palm. It's not enough to pose any threat to you. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed, but he still had to be polite. It's an inherited battle technique after all. Countless people in the Empire are envious. Rocky Anna shook his head. In the end, the Outerverse is still the Outerverse. The snowstorm palm is considered pretty good in the Great Yu Empire, but it's nothing compared to the various great powers of the Innerverse. At this point, Rocky Anna looked at Lu Yin and praised, I saw you cripple that Lemeter from the council in the palace. Not bad. Lu Yin understood why Rocky Anna's attitude towards him had changed so much. It was because of his strength. The title of King Zishan did not hold much appeal to Rocky Anna, and strength was still more important. He had easily crippled a Lemeter from the Youth Council, which meant that his strength was unparalleled in the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin wondered if Rocky Anna knew that Lu Yin had increased the effectiveness of the Purple Star medicine. If he did, then he might have tested Lu Yin's innate gift today. When he thought about this, Lu Yin once again sighed at Undying Yushan's magnanimity. He had not even asked about this matter from start to finish. The only person in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation who can catch up to you is probably Schutz, who's also in Astral 10. The others, including those Lemeters, are definitely not your match. Lu Yin smiled but did not say anything else. Schutz's strength was in the bottom few in Astral 10, while Lu Yin was the leader. The gap between them was huge, but there was no need for him to say such things out loud. Not only would others not believe him, but they would also think that he was being arrogant. Not all of the Anna family was covered in snow, and there were still areas with normal environments. After walking for 10 minutes through the manor, Lu Yin was led by Rocky Anna to the guest hall, where the current head of the Anna family, Xianxia Anna, had been waiting for him for a long time. Xianxia Anna was not only the head of the Anna family, but he was also Jenny Anna's father. Lu Yin suddenly felt like he was meeting his father-in-law. Although he had never thought of marrying Jenny Anna, in the eyes of countless people in the empire, he was already the son-in-law of the Anna family. This should be considered a formal visit to his father-in-law. Lu Yin paused for a moment before stepping into the guest hall. He immediately saw a stern-looking middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. It was Xianxia Anna. Lu Yin bowed as a junior would. Lu Yin greets Uncle Xianxia. Xianxia Anna sized Lu Yin up with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Yin did not move and simply stood there. After a while, Xianxia Anna nodded in satisfaction and gently said, Have a seat, Rocky. Have a seat as well. Yes, brother, Rocky Anna replied. Lu Yin bowed again. Thank you, uncle. When Lu Yin sat down, someone immediately brought him some tea. The tea was refreshing and had a hint of bitterness to it. The tea leaves were crystal-like, which piqued Lu Yin's curiosity. Xianxia Anna looked at Lu Yin. I've always wanted to greet your highness, but I've troubled your highness to personally come to the Anna family. My apologies for my rudeness. Lu Yin politely replied, You're too polite, uncle. This junior should be the one greeting you, uncle. Xianxia Anna was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He would not have cared if this was before, but now this person was a student of Astral 10 who had easily defeated a Lemeter from the council. It was rare for Xianxia Anna to be so respectful. Let's skip the formalities. Your Highness, I hope you don't mind if I call you Little Yin. Lu Yin smiled. That's what Uncle calls me, so of course I don't mind. Alright, little Een. How's life in the Astral Combat Academy? Xianxia Anna asked. Rocky Anna also looked at Lu Een. They might be very strong, but they had never come into contact with the Astral Combat Academy. It was the universe's top academy, and they had not been qualified to enter it when they were young. Lu Een gave a brief introduction of the Astral Combat Academy, but he did not mention Astral 10's current predicament. Just as Undying Yushan had said, regardless of whether or not Lu Een would marry Jenny Anna in the future, he had to keep the Anna family in check. If they knew the truth about Astral 10, then his value would plummet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 157. At most, the Great Yu Empire knew that Astral 10 had been exiled, but they didn't know exactly how bad it had been. Lu Een tried his best not to divulge Astral 10's situation. Even if he omitted many details such as the teleportation stone, ported battles, the rain observatory, the sand ocean, the trial zones, and so on, this information was enough to shock Xianxia Anna and Rocky Anna. Very few people in the Outerverse knew about these miraculous events, especially the ported battles. Being able to fight against powerhouses of the same generation in the Innerverse made Rocky Anna excited, but unfortunately he wasn't part of the younger generation. I wish I could have been born a few hundred years later. If I were your age, I would have risked my life to get into the Astral Combat Academy, Xianxia Anna lamented. It's a pity that Jenny didn't get in, Rocky Anna sighed. Xianxia Anna's expression changed at the mention of Jenny. Don't mention that useless thing. As a direct descendant of the Anna family, it's fine if she failed the Astral Combat Academy exam, but she even failed the Sentinel trial and was captured. What a piece of trash. Lu Een felt awkward. He was the one who had captured Jenny, so was Xianxia Anna trying to make him feel guilty? Although he was angry, Jenny was still Xianxia Anna's biological daughter, and she was even his eldest daughter. He couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. Lu Een discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Regardless of whether it was hunters who could live for 1,000 years or cultivators who could only live for a few hundred years, they would delay having children as much as possible. Lu Een had done some research before, and it was rumored that cultivators wanted to have children when they were at their strongest. This way, their descendants would have a greater chance of inheriting their innate gifts and creating a powerful family. For example, the Daynite clan's children were much stronger than the average person, and there were also the Mavis clan and so on. Many cultivators in the universe dreamed of creating a powerful family, which was why they gave birth late. Xianxia Anna had lived for several hundred years, but he only had one daughter, Jenny Anna. Even Undying Yushan only had a few children. Xianxia Anna looked at Lu Een and softened his tone. What do you think of Jenny, little Een? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. She's a good person. She's kind and beautiful. Xianxia Anna smiled. You don't have to be so courteous. As her father, I know her character. She's mischievous and has poor talent, but she's kind and beautiful. Lu Een smiled. Miss Jenny is indeed very good. Xianxia Anna nodded and seriously asked. The engagement between our clans has already been set. When do you plan on marrying Jenny? Lu Een fell silent, and after a while he looked up and said seriously, Uncle, I want to increase my strength for the time being. Can you give me some time? Xianxia Anna replied. His Majesty has already discussed this with me. Although 3 years isn't a long time, it isn't short either. You can marry Jenny after 3 years, but you have to be engaged first. I don't agree. Someone suddenly shouted, and they all looked towards the door. Jenny angrily rushed in and glared at Lu Een. Give up. I won't marry you. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Shut up. How dare you? Xianxia Anna slammed the table as he stood up and pointed outside. Get out. You have no right to speak here. Tears welled up in the corners of Jenny's eyes as she glared at Xianxia Anna. Father, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. I already have someone I like. What right does this person have to compare himself to Brother Feng? He's not qualified at all. Get out. Xianxia Anna waved his hand, causing an icy wind to sweep across the living room and sweep Jenny out before violently tossing her out. Rocky Anna hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Brother, don't be angry. I'll go talk to Jenny. Lu Yin didn't say a word from start to finish, and he didn't care either. In fact, he was very happy. This woman had done the right thing by rejecting him. If they were really engaged, he wouldn't know how to refuse. However, he still had to put on an act. Uncle, who is this brother Feng that Jenny is talking about? Xianxia smiled bitterly. The young master of the fire's melt planet Yan Feng. Jenny went there to experience the two extreme powers and was unintentionally saved by Yan Feng. Little Yin, don't take it to heart. There's nothing between her and Yan Feng. She was still young at the time, and I couldn't let her marry into the fire's melt planet either. That place isn't suitable for the Anna family. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. He remembered Yen Gang from the fire's melt planet, and he also remembered what Ghostfire had said during Astral 10's exam. That planet was tangled up with the Great Yu Empire, and its target seemed to be Wendy Yushan. Yan Feng. Uncle, can I speak to Miss Jenny alone? Lu Yin requested. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. Please bear with her. She's spoiled, so don't mind her. Lu Yin smiled. It's normal for girls to be a little willful. She'll be fine after marriage. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This meant that Lu Yin was willing to marry Jenny, which was good news. Yes. All right, you can go. Rocky Anna returned and told Lu Yin where Jenny Anna was. Lu Yin slowly walked over. Jenny Anna gritted her teeth in anger. You still dare to come looking for me? I'll show you how powerful the Anna family is. She immediately activated her gadget and sent a message. Lu Yin slowly walked through the courtyard, experiencing the Anna family's history. This family was truly impressive, and every place was filled with the family's cultural heritage. This was something that had been accumulated over time. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Jenny Anna and the two cultivators beside her. They were both Limiters. Lu Yin didn't mind and continued walking forward. Jenny Anna pointed at Lu Yin. Teach him a lesson. The two Limiters didn't hesitate. They didn't know who Lu Yin was, so they immediately attacked him. Limiters weren't uncommon in the Anna family. A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. He hoped that Jenny Anna would resist, but he couldn't go overboard and cause trouble. He needed to teach her a lesson and let the Anna family see his worth. With that thought in mind, he took a step forward and disappeared, causing the void to distort. With two soft thuds, the two Limiters who had attacked Lu Yin collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Fresh blood flowed down their arms and dyed the ground red. 4 arms fell to the ground as Lu Yin had severed their arms in an instant. He then appeared in front of Jenny Anna and raised his hand to slowly touch the side of her face. Her skin was smooth to the touch. This scene completely terrified Jenny Anna. How was this possible? Those were Limiters. Although they were ordinary Limiters who hadn't grasped any battle techniques, they were still Limiters. How had they been instantly injured? Furthermore, when she saw the scarlet blood on the ground, she felt a sense of impending doom. She didn't even try to avoid Lu Yin's hand on her face. I can tolerate your naughtiness, but don't go overboard. Just this once. Lu Yin's gentle voice sent a chill down Jenny's spine. She trembled as she looked at Lu Yin. She had experienced this feeling before, when she had almost died during Astral 10's entrance exam. That experience had been etched into her bones, and now she felt it again. This time it came from the man in front of her, her fiancé in name. Lu Yin smiled. We've known each other for so long, but I haven't given you a present. This is for you. An exquisite ring appeared in his hand. He had obtained it from the jade roll earlier. It was a very ordinary ring, but the craftsmanship was quite good. It should be worth it as a meeting gift for the Anna family's eldest daughter. Jenny Anna stared at the ring in a daze and didn't move. Lu Yin spoke again. Take it. This is my gift to you. Jenny Anna's heart trembled, but the blood on the ground just happened to flow to her feet, causing her to feel even more terrified. She reached out her hand. Lu Yin grasped her snow-white hand and put the ring on it. He praised, very beautiful. It was a pleasant meeting, and I look forward to the next one. He then turned and left. He didn't bid farewell to Xianxia either. His every move was being monitored, and Xianxia knew him like the back of his hand. After Lu Yin turned and disappeared, Jenny hurriedly retreated to avoid the pool of blood. She gasped for breath, and it was only then that she realized what she had just experienced. She looked at the exquisite ring on her finger and wanted to throw it away, but for some reason, Lu Yin's icy gaze and the miserable state of the 2 limeters appeared in her mind, and she did not dare to throw it away. In the distance, Rocky Anna sighed. Bro, he's not simple. He actually used flash to such an extent that even limeters might not be able to do it. He almost tore through the void, so how did his body withstand it? It's too fast. Xianxia Anna was amazed. He had not only seen Lu Yin's strength, but also his methods. In just a few seconds, Lu Yin had subdued Jenny. No matter what methods Lu Yin had used, this King Zishan's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Bro, is Astral 10 really that powerful? He's transformed so much in just a few months, Rocky Anna exclaimed. Xianxia Anna calmly replied, there's no need to be so surprised. Those 2 limeters are too weak, and even the U Academy's Hall Master could defeat them. Little Yin easily crippled a limeter from the council, and these 2 aren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Drag them away and beat them to death. Since when can my Anna family act so casually? Consider this a warning to Jenny. Let's give her a warning. Rocky Anna couldn't bear it. Jenny's already been frightened. We should teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll suffer sooner or later if she marries King Zishan. It's better to face reality now than later, Xianxia Anna said helplessly. Rocky nodded. Right, King Zishan just gave Jenny a gift, so we should return the favor. We can't be stingy, Xianxia Anna said. Rocky Anna nodded. I understand. I'll get Toli to deliver it. Xianxia Anna muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. Let him deliver it. Elsewhere, Xenu Star's space station had been completely sealed off, and all surveillance equipment had been turned off. When the hatch opened, Wendy Yushan walked out. Zhu Lang, Do, Peach and Bazer were in front of her. Bazer's eyes lit up when he saw Wendy Yushan, and he immediately stepped forward with a respectful attitude. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor Wendy. Wendy Yushan casually grunted in acknowledgement. Zhu Lang and the other 2 stepped forward. Greetings, 5th Princess. The 3 of them were very respectful, not even to Crown Prince Doran Yushan. This was all because of Wendy Yushan's strength. Wendy Yushan's gaze swept across the 3 of them before finally stopping on Peach. Under Peach's expectant gaze, she took out a large pile of snacks. Here you go. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 158. Peach was delighted and quickly put away the snacks. She looked up at Wendy Yushan and laughed. Thank you. Wendy Yushan nodded. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. Next time I'll get someone to move your favorite snack production line to Xenu Star. Many people were stunned. How domineering. Peach shook her head. No need. A little is enough for me. I don't know how to appreciate anything more. Wendy Yushan looked up. Yes, some people don't know how to appreciate things. She then took a step forward and disappeared. Zhu Lang and the others were shocked, but they hadn't found any trace of her. Wendy had become even stronger. Bazer's eyes were filled with passion and a trace of infatuation, but he quickly suppressed it. Wendy Yushan was very beautiful and naturally had a heroic aura about her. When she wielded a sword, it gave people the desire to conquer her. Bazer was no exception, but he hid his thoughts well and didn't dare reveal them. This was Wendy Yushan and she would kill him without hesitation. He didn't think that he could stop her. Unfortunately, he didn't know who would benefit from this in the future. Bazer felt that it was a pity and a man's figure appeared in his mind. In the palace's garden, Undying Yushan was quietly admiring the purple plant. Behind him, Wendy Yushan appeared with an indifferent expression. Undying Yushan turned around. You're becoming more and more impolite. Wendy Yushan didn't care and casually sat down. I killed nearly half of those people from the Innerverse. Undying Yushan sighed. I heard that I'm not a good father and I even need my daughter to avenge me. Wendy Yushan stared at him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? With me overseeing things, even if their ancestors came, nothing would have happened. Undying Yushan shook his head. Showing off isn't a good thing. Myriad Sword's peak isn't the strongest and the 10 arbiters are powerful, but they still have to consider the interests of all parties. Sometimes there's a gap between the rules and the results, and this gap is enough to bury all of us. Wendy Yushan's tone was icy. Even if there's an exchange of interests, it won't harm me. Undying Yushan smiled. I know who's behind you, but the winds of this universe will never stop. That person isn't immortal, so how do you know that she doesn't want the Undying Manual? Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that it's with me, it's enough for her to abandon you. Yushan, Wendy Yushan, Father, you're still so narrow-minded. That Undying? The person behind me doesn't care, and neither does the 10 arbiters. Immortality is an irresistible temptation. Undying Yushan sighed. No one can live forever. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they'll naturally understand. I dare say that none of the 10 arbiters wants to steal the Undying Manual. Otherwise, if they reveal even the slightest bit of information, I and the Great Yu Empire would no longer exist, Wendy Yushan said. Undying Yushan nodded. Perhaps you're right. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now that you've shifted the conflict from me to you, what do you plan to do next? Wendy Yushan arrogantly replied, I'll kill anyone who dares to cause trouble for me. It looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Do you want to compete with me? Undying Yushan suggested with a smile. Wendy Yushan turned her head away and did not respond. She was confident that she could defeat many powerhouses, but she was helpless against Undying Yushan. Even though he had been heavily injured and his strength had declined over and over again, he was still a powerhouse who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He far surpassed many people in the Innerverse and could not be judged by the Outerverse standards. Otherwise, the Innerverse powers would not have waited for news of Undying Yushan's death to make their move. Father, I have to say that the Empire has truly declined. If you hadn't purposely set things up and acted at the end, Zhu Lang and the others would not have been able to stop the Innerverse powerhouses. There's also Yu Academy. They're too weak. I wouldn't have even bothered to look at them, Wendy Yushan said disdainfully. Undying Yushan laughed and looked at Wendy lovingly. This brat was still as competitive as she had been when she was younger. If she couldn't defeat him, she would think of other ways to turn the tables. She had used this tactic every time and it had never failed her. However, she was right. Compared to the Innerverse, the Empire's younger generation was too weak. Other than Schutz, there was also Little Ian. He was the leader of Astral 10 and surpassed Schutz. Brat, Father didn't set things up. I really did almost die, Undying Yushan said in a low voice. Wendy Yushan was shocked. She carefully looked at Undying Yushan and narrowed her eyes. That's impossible. You've recovered quite a bit from your injuries. With your current condition, you should be able to survive for at least another 100 years. Undying Yushan smiled bitterly and told Wendy everything that had happened. Wendy was shocked. What innate gift does he have to be able to raise a purple star to the level of a billowing star? A dye and ice have appeared before, but I'm not sure about the specifics, Undying Yushan said. Wendy Yushan fell silent and rubbed the hilt of her sword with her right thumb as she muttered to herself. There were too many strange innate gifts in the universe. If King Zishan really did have an innate gift that could raise a purple star to a billowing star, then his value would be too great. A billowing star was a treasure that was rare even in the Innerverse. Investigate his innate gift, Wendy said directly. Undying Yushan looked at her sternly. If he says it's fine, then don't force him. I know. Although his innate gift is strange, I don't care about it. However, if his innate gift can raise a purple star to a billowing star, then he'll be worth it. I'll speak up for him and resolve his grudge with Baser, Wendy said. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. His value is only enough for you to speak up and resolve your grudge? Do you know what kind of humiliation Baser put him through? Wendy didn't care. I've already said that the weak are prey to the strong in this universe. Baser is very strong, so he can do whatever he wants. This person can only blame himself for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. The only reason I'm speaking up for him is because of his innate gift. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. Of course, as repayment for saving your life, I can transfer him to another academy. Astral 10 is just too weak. You can transfer him to another academy? You're not even a student of the Astral Combat Academy yourself. Undying Yushan was puzzled. Wendy laughed. Father, there are many disciples from the Myriad Swords Peak who enter the Astral Combat Academy. I'm the eldest senior sister, so a single word from me can get a disciple from the myriad swords peak to take him to another academy. It won't be difficult. Undying Yushan fell silent. He felt that his daughter was too arrogant, and from her perspective she did have the right to be arrogant. However, there was a saying in the universe: do not underestimate anyone. The humiliation that Bezer had brought upon little Ian could not be resolved with a single word. Wendy wanted to use her overbearingness to resolve the grudge, but it would only make little Ian even angrier. It would be fine if little Ian was an ordinary person, but if he were to rise up one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Undying Yushan could guess that this was not the first time Wendy had done something like this. She had offended too many people, but no one dared to do anything to her under the might of the 10 arbiters. However, nothing was absolute, and the 10 arbiters were not invincible. Little girl, listen to your father. Go to the bottom and take a look. There are many things that cannot be seen from the top, Undying Yushan advised. Wendy turned around. Father, you've reached a certain height before, so you should know that some people do not need to be humble. Only by remaining at the top can one create a powerful future. I only need to look up. She then tore open the void in front of her, stepped through and disappeared. Undying Yushan sighed. It was precisely because he had reached such heights that he felt even more strongly. The top 20 of the astral combat rankings were not the top. There were still the top 10 and even the top 5. Above that were the 10 arbiters and even more ancient and powerful seniors. Although these seniors had not been strengthened by formcast models, the accumulation of power over time was unimaginable. Lu Yin left the Ana family and flew towards King Zishan's palace in a spacecraft. His mind was filled with thoughts about the Great Yu Empire. Undying Yushan had created many legends about the Zishan family's treasures in order to scheme against the various great powers of the Innerverse. It was also because of these legends that his family had allowed him to become King Zishan, which made sense. But what about Silver? He was from the Neo-Human Alliance, so he had a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire. But was it also because of the Undying Manual? The Neo-Human Alliance's influence was great, but it was limited to the shadows. The great powers of the Innerverse had all concealed themselves when facing the Great Yu Empire, waiting for Undying Yushan's death. The Neo-Human Alliance's influence in the Great Yu Empire should not surpass that of the Innerverse, so why did they have such a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire? There were only two possibilities. Either the Neo-Human Alliance was certain that the Undying Manual was in Undying Yushan's hands, which was why they were sparing no expense in investigating the Great Yu Empire, or they had other motives. Lu Yin thought about how Silver had taken special care of him, and he guessed that this person had other motives. His family had also asked him to find a way to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so they definitely had other motives. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Great Yu Empire definitely had more secrets that he did not know about. Up ahead, King Zishan's palace appeared in front of him. Lu Yin was sitting in a spacecraft when the void in front of him suddenly distorted. A beautiful woman with a simple sword shuttled through it, causing the spacecraft to almost explode. Lu Yin ignored the spacecraft and instead stared at the woman. She was Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan crossed through the void and accidentally brushed shoulders with Lu Yin. She glanced at him and a strange look flashed across her eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and his surroundings returned to normal. Everything seemed like a dream, but that woman was indeed Wendy Yushan. She had recognized him, but she had not paid him any attention. This was the first time Lu Yin had been so close to Wendy Yushan. The woman's gaze was calm and everything seemed normal. She didn't purposely show any arrogance, but this was her greatest arrogance. She didn't need to care about anyone or anything, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. He had not expected to bump into Wendy Yushan by accident. Was this fate? He did not know what would happen the next time they met. For some reason Lu Yin became excited. He hated Wendy Yushan's calm gaze and he wanted to break it. The next time they met he wanted to see shock, confusion, or even regret in her eyes. The Astral Combat Tournament was an opportunity for him to display himself to the entire universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 159. Not long after he returned to the manor, Peach arrived with a conflicted expression. Lu Yin could guess what had happened when he saw her. "I'm sorry I lost your friend," Peach apologized sincerely, her face adorable. Lu Yin smiled. "Peach, Bai Shui is an adult and she has to take responsibility for her actions. Losing her is her own problem, it has nothing to do with you." Peach was helpless. "I don't know what happened either. She just mysteriously disappeared and I didn't even sense anything." Lu Yin was shocked. He had assumed that Bai Shui had been taken away during the chaos at Yu Academy. The second prince had betrayed Yu Academy, and some of the Academy's people had left. It was very likely that Bai Shui had been taken away since she was an innate talent, but now it seemed that there was more to it. What happened? Peach was puzzled. "I really don't know what happened." "Didn't she go missing on the first ring of the continent?" Peach shook her head. "No, she went missing at the 6th Squad's base. Some superpower house must have taken her away, but I couldn't sense any trace of star energy. I reported it to His Majesty, and he said that only a hunter or above could have done it. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary hunter either, as even he didn't sense anything strange." Lu Yin was shocked. Someone who could hide from Undying Yushan had to be a superpower house. Why had they taken Bai Shui away? Wait, Zhang Dingtian, Suruzan and Susan had all gone missing as well. Could it be related to this person as well? They were all very ordinary people and the only connection they had was Earth. However, Earth was a very ordinary planet, so there shouldn't be any powerhouses involved. Lu Yin couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly told Peach, "It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Peach nodded with a dejected expression. She liked Bai Shui very much, but she had gone missing. She left not long after, telling Lu Yin that Wendy had brought her many snacks from the Immerse. Lu Yin knew that she was referring to him, but he really didn't have any snacks, so he could only coax her away. Not long after Peach left, Tori Anna arrived. "King Zishan, this is a gift from the Anna family. Please accept it," Tori Anna said as he handed a chip to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the chip and smiled at Tori Anna. "Please thank Uncle Shuashan on my behalf." Tori Anna nodded and left. He inserted the chip into his gadget and saw a list of people who had once been loyal to the Zishan family. Sigmund Maddox was on the list, but of course there were also some who had betrayed the Zishan family. This name list was similar to the one Silver had given him. Although it was more detailed, there were no differences. The Anna family had already shown their sincerity by giving him this list of names. Lu Yin would have been very happy if they hadn't given him any silver, but unfortunately he already had it. He had received a favor for nothing, so he might as well have just given them money. Lu Yin destroyed the chip and looked at his gadget, remembering something. Before leaving Astral 10, Master Wuxia had instructed Lu Yin to wait for the Lockbreaker network to succeed. Lu Yin didn't know if it had succeeded, but he immediately keyed in the code that Master Wuxia had given him. Soon the login screen appeared on his screen. Lu Yin entered his identification number in the Lockbreaker Society, and after several rounds of verification, a message appeared. "Congratulations, Lu Yin, for successfully becoming a lockbreaker. Please name yourself and begin your great lockbreaking path." Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he immediately named himself 7th Bro. The next moment the screen changed and an interface appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was filled with all sorts of information about lockbreakers, and the bottom right corner kept flashing. Someone was trying to contact him. Lu Yin curiously clicked on it and countless congratulatory messages flooded in. They came from all sorts of places, including the universe's great empires, powers, companies, academies, and even various lockbreaker societies. The countless congratulatory messages almost dazzled him. Lu Yin knew that lockbreakers had a high status, but he had not expected it to be this high. He had not even made a single contribution to the Lockbreaker Society, and yet, there were already so many people congratulating him. This was too exaggerated, and even the Great Yu Empire was among them. Lu Yin immediately closed the page. There were too many messages and he didn't have time to read them all. Not too far away, there was a flickering light with the words Sourcebox Catalog. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had read the book that Master Wuxia had given him, so he wasn't completely clueless about lock-breaking. Source boxes were the general name given to items that needed to be unlocked. The universe had existed for countless years and countless treasures had been sealed away. These treasures were source boxes and lock-breaking was the only way to unlock them. The sourcebox catalog was a video that could unlock lockbreaking. Any lockbreaker who uploaded a lockbreaking video would be able to add it to their sourcebox catalog. These sourcebox catalogs could be sold or exchanged. Of course, if one was qualified enough, they could also upload them to the sourcebox catalog on the Lockbreaker network for future generations to view and worship. The sourcebox catalog flashing indicated that there was a new lockbreaking video. Lu Yin opened it expectantly, and one message after another appeared before his eyes. Congratulations 7th bro for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Mavis Bank has sent you 5 sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations 7th bro for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Exotic Metal Alliance has sent you 3 sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations 7th bro for joining the Lockbreaker Society. Shamrock Enterprises has sent you 3 sourcebox catalogs. Each message made Lu Yin excited. They were all from powerful organizations in the universe, and there were dozens of messages. Lu Yin had never heard of most of them, but anyone who could enter the Lockbreaker network and send messages was not simple. There had to be at least a lockbreaker in the organization. The Mavis Bank, Shamrock Enterprises, the Day-Night Clan, the Blaze Realm, and various other organizations were all expressing their goodwill to Lu Yin. Even the Day-Night Clan, a powerful ancient clan, didn't dare to be arrogant in front of a lockbreaker. This was the power of a lockbreaker. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had joined the Lockbreaker Society as he had seen another world. Filled with excitement, Lu Yin began to browse through the sourcebox catalogs that these organizations had sent him. The first one was from the Mavis Bank. In a desolate area, there was a strange black rock that towered into the clouds. A man slowly approached it, and as he approached, the void began to crack. The desolate land seemed to change as the man's appearance seemed to disrupt the balance of the area, causing the land to crack and the void to shatter. However, this was not enough to affect the man. The man walked step by step to the bottom of the black rock and raised a hand to touch it. He muttered something to himself as he circled around the rock and struck it in different directions. After an hour, the black rock gradually cracked and finally crumbled. The moment it crumbled, the void seemed to shatter. The man pressed down on the void with one hand and forcefully solidified it. Finally, a green halo enveloped the desolate land, causing countless plants to grow. In front of the man's eyes, a green root that towered into the clouds appeared. This root had been sealed by the black rock for a long time, and now the man had released it. Lu Yin stared at it in shock. This was lockbreaking. The black rock was actually formed from the universe's star energy and various other strange energies that had transformed over time. The root had been sealed in dust, allowing it to become a sourcebox, and now the man had successfully unlocked it. The process seemed simple, but every step was fraught with danger. The entire desolate land was enveloped by the sourcebox's constant energy field, and anyone who stepped in would have to endure unimaginable pressure. Even the void would shatter. In order to successfully unlock the sourcebox, the man had spent an hour disintegrating the outer layer of the sourcebox's energy field. This was a huge undertaking, and any mistake would not only kill the man but also destroy the sourcebox. The man was definitely a space-exploring powerhouse, or else he would not have been able to forcefully solidify the shattered void. Lock-breaking sometimes required more than just star energy control and understanding. It also required great strength. Without strength, one would not even be able to get close to the sourcebox. Lu Yin remembered that the title page of the book that Master Wuxia had given him had said, "There are no identical sourceboxes in the universe." Every lock-breaking process was unique, which was why the requirements for both star energy and experience were extremely high. This was why the sourcebox catalog had been created. Hundreds of thousands of lockbreakers constantly watched other people's sourcebox catalogs in order to increase their experience. Not only did they want to succeed in lockbreaking, but they also wanted to preserve their lives. Lockbreakers enjoyed the highest status in the universe, but at the same time, they also shouldered unimaginable dangers. This was because the sourceboxes were sealed in the universe, and trying to unlock any one of them was like fighting against the universe itself. Lu Yin sighed and muttered to himself for a moment. He wanted to watch the sourcebox catalog again, but unfortunately he could not click on it. Any sourcebox catalog could only be viewed once, and he had to purchase it if he wanted to watch it again. Lu Yin was helpless, so he moved on to the next one. This time it was at the bottom of the sea, and the view was not panoramic. Instead, only a pair of hands could be seen. It was obvious that this video had been recorded with a gadget, which meant that this was a lockbreaker's own lock-breaking video. The pair of snow-white hands clearly belonged to a woman. As the video shook, Lu Yin finally saw the source box. It was a fish, or more accurately, a fish that had been solidified by a gray substance. This fish had been sealed for an unknown period of time and it looked very ancient. It slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. As it floated up, countless sea creatures rushed over with scarlet eyes and attacked the woman. The woman casually waved her hands and the sea instantly turned red. These sea creatures were only melders and most of them were sentinels. However, the woman was at least a Lemmeter, so she could easily deal with them. Most Lemmeters were discerning elementary lockbreakers, and this sort of video would be of great help to Lu Yin. The previous one was just a dream and he did not know how long it would take for him to reach that level. The woman easily touched the fish and held it in her hands. She slowly stroked it as if she was sensing something. Lu Yin guessed that she was using her star energy to sense the surface of the fish, trying in vain to break down the dusty substance on its surface. After a long time, the dusty substance on the fish's surface gradually faded. It had originally been gray, but now it was a grayish-white color. Another 2 hours passed and the fish's eyes flashed with light. The dusty substance on its surface completely disappeared, and the fish returned to its original appearance. It was brightly colored and its eyes flashed with intelligence. This was a very valuable fish. The video ended there. Lu Yin did not know what the fish was used for, but it had clearly been hidden away by the video's owner. Anything that had been sealed was valuable. Of course, there was no lack of openings and the contents of the sealed source box would disappear with the passage of time. However, anyone who encountered a source box would be willing to try to open it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 160. Lu Yin looked again and clicked on the next one. This time what appeared in front of him was a dark chamber. There was a very small stone in the middle of the chamber. A man appeared and slowly approached the stone. However, in the next second, a white light flashed in the void. The space was cut into pieces by an invisible attack and the man was also reduced to pieces. Lu Yin was shocked as this was a case of failure. Lockbreakers took on a huge risk and many lockbreakers died every year, which was very normal. The sourcebox catalog not only contained successful cases, but there were also cases of failure. In comparison, many people were more willing to look at failed cases as they were all bloody experiences. Although there were no identical sourceboxes in the universe, many of the dangers were similar. For example, the white light that had flashed through the void had left Lu Yin traumatized. He was certain that in the future he would run away as soon as he saw such a white light. This was experience, and the experiences of those who had died were very precious. Lu Yin had obtained more than 100 sourcebox catalog videos, and it took him several days to finish them all. Most of them were successful and only a few were failures. Only 3 of them were videos of lockbreakers dying. These videos were very precious and others would not easily give them away. Lu Yin rubbed his head. The job of a lockbreaker was difficult, but it was also simple. There was not much specialized knowledge and it relied on one's strength and experience. However, this was also the reason why it was so dangerous. Lockbreakers were like a suicide squad that humans had created to compete with the universe for treasures. They enjoyed the highest glory, but they also had to bear great risks. It was no wonder why Master Wuxia had told Lu Yin to contact him before his first lock-breaking attempt. He had been afraid that Lu Yin would accidentally die. To be honest, after watching so many videos, Lu Yin did not feel the urge to lock-break. In fact, he even wanted to avoid it as much as possible. This was gambling with one's life, especially for someone like him who did not have a mentor to guide him. It was very easy to lose one's life. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die. His eyes flashed, and he decided to postpone his lock-breaking until he had a better understanding of the situation. He would withdraw his money first. He only had 3,000 star crystals on him and he did not feel safe at all. Elsewhere, Baser met with Wendy Yushan. Take this and contact that lock-breaker. Ask him to help you lock-break, Wendy Yushan said as she tossed a lump of dirt to Baser. Baser was put in a difficult position. Representative Wendy, Is this a source box? Wendy Yushan looked at Bezer coldly. Just do as I say. Tell that lockbreaker that this source box isn't offensive and he can try it out. Whatever he obtains from the lockbreaking will be his reward. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's sincerity. Yes. Bezer was shocked and quickly left. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and looked at her gadget. A screen popped up showing Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. Of course, Lu Yin's name did not appear, only 7th bro. I didn't think that a new lockbreaker would be on Xenu Star. I hope that it's not someone from the Innerverse. Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy cold. Even she did not dare to underestimate lockbreakers, as any lockbreaker had the potential to become a peerless powerhouse because they were the key to opening source boxes. Many lockbreakers did not interact with the outside world and instead focused solely on exploring ancient planets in search of source boxes. Once they found a heaven-defying item, they had the potential to become a powerhouse, and such people could not be provoked. Lu Yin looked at the Mavis Bank in front of him and the cosmic dollars that reflected the sunlight. He couldn't help but sigh. They're still so rich. Just as he was about to enter, his gadget beeped. He looked down and his expression changed. Bezer? Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked at Bezer's communication request. He scanned the page and relaxed. Bezer had not contacted him directly through his gadget, but rather through the lockbreaker network. Bezer did not know that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker. With the enmity between Lu Yin and Bezer, Bezer would definitely kill Lu Yin at all costs if he found out that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker. But why had Bezer contacted him? Lu Yin scanned the page and finally found his location. His location was on the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star, and he immediately turned it off. This was too much of a scam and no one had told him that he had a location. No wonder Bezer had contacted him. He was probably representing the Outerverse Youth Council and trying to rope Lu Yin in. Lu Yin did not refuse, and of course he did not video call him. It was just a voice call and he had even changed his voice. What is it? Greetings, respected lockbreaker. My name is Bezer, and I'm a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Bezer's voice was respectful, and his attitude was completely different from when he had first arrived on Xenu Star. Lu Yin sneered. What is it? I have a source box here that I would like you to unlock, Bezer said respectfully. Lu Yin grew impatient. I don't have time. He was about to hang up when Bezer hurriedly said, Please wait a moment. This source box has no offensive properties and it would be perfect for your lockbreaking experience. Anything you obtain from it will belong to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's sincerity. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. A harmless source box was a good thing, as not all source boxes were dangerous. Of course, it was difficult to obtain anything good from a harmless source box, and it was even possible that the item inside had already been destroyed. Still, it was an opportunity for Lu Yin to gain experience. Any source box was expensive and most people would not be willing to sell it. How can you be sure that there's no danger? Lu Yin asked. Bezer replied, This source box is in my hands and I've already tested it on ordinary people. There's no danger at all. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. But I agree. Bezer was delighted, as it was rare to be able to form a relationship with a lockbreaker. He was an explorer and he also had hopes of obtaining a source box. As long as he could get a lockbreaker to help him, he might be able to obtain something good. You can choose the location as long as it's convenient for you. Lu Yin thought about it. Leave the source box in the 3rd flower bed in front of the palace. I'll go get it myself. Bezer was stunned. The palace? What, you don't want to? I'll remember that you represent the Outerverse Youth Council and I'll remember this favor. I'll also remember your name, Bezer. That's enough. Do you still want to meet me? Lu Yin grew impatient. Bezer gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do as you say. Don't worry, I'll send it over tomorrow. Lu Yin hung up satisfied. As long as he left the source box in the palace, he wouldn't have to worry about Bezer finding him. There were many people in the palace and there were also court officials and foreign officials who entered every day. With the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons present, even Bezer wouldn't be able to monitor him, so his identity wouldn't be exposed. Bezer reported the situation to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan smiled. The Imperial Palace? She was very curious about a lockbreaker who could enter the palace, and she wanted to see who it was. Lu Yin entered the Mavis Bank, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. He had forgotten that Bezer couldn't monitor the palace, but Wendy Yushan could. The palace was her home. He had to think of a way to lure her out, or else it would be dangerous to obtain the source box. He currently had a total of 22,000 star crystals in his bank card, so he took them all out and stored them in his cosmic ring, filling it up in an instant. The cosmic ring in his hand was a super large one, and he had spent over 1,000 cubic meters to purchase it. It was definitely enough for most people, but it was still not enough for him. Furthermore, super large cosmic rings were only for the average person. There were a few more types of spatial rings, but unfortunately, those cosmic rings could not be bought in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin walked out of the Mavis Bank and used his gadget to check on Wendy Yushan. He was pleasantly surprised to find that she didn't live in the palace, as she had moved out after reaching adulthood. Her residence was some distance away from the palace. Lu Yin thought about it and his lips curled up. He wanted to test Princess Wendy's limits. The next day, Bezer entered the palace under the pretense of visiting Undying Yushan, but he left not long after. Wendy Yushan had already entered the palace before him. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the source box, and he instead stayed in King Zishan's palace to study the star charts. This had become something he did whenever he was bored. On this day, no one touched the source box hidden in the palace, so Wendy Yushan wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Wendy Yushan monitored the source box for another day, but no one touched it. She guessed that the lockbreaker might have known that she was watching. On the third day, no one took the source box. Wendy Yushan frowned and muttered to herself. On the morning of the fourth day, just before the start of court, Wendy Yushan was considering whether or not she should give up her surveillance when a piece of news infuriated her. Her residence had been attacked, and dozens of drunkards had flown a flying device into the residence, leaving it in a mess. Wendy Yushan didn't even think about it and immediately left. At the same time, Lu Yin entered the palace and followed the courtiers into the palace. He had just retrieved the unremarkable source box from his cosmic ring. He didn't know if Wendy Yushan had left, but he had done everything he could. If that woman was smart enough not to leave, then it didn't matter if he was exposed. However, he guessed that there was a 90% chance that she had left. According to the information he had gathered, the princess's residence was very important to her, very important. Today was a special day as the Great Yu Empire's war against Duke Yushan was temporarily suspended. Many foreign courtiers were participating in the court session, so there weren't enough seats. Lu Yin only strolled around once before leaving without showing his face. Less than a minute after he left, Wendy Yushan returned to the palace. She glanced at the flower bed and her expression turned cold. The source box had been taken away, and when she thought about what had happened in the princess's residence, she was furious. She had been played. Wendy wasn't stupid, and she had been played because she hadn't expected that someone would dare to trick her. She was Wendy Yushan. You can run now, but you can't run forever. You better pray that you become a useful lockbreaker, or else I'll let you know the price of fooling me. Within King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the black dirt in his hand. This was the source box. Although it looked a little shabby, it was indeed a harmless source box that he could experiment with. Lock-breaking was something that required both ability and experience. He was about to begin his first lock-breaking session in his life. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.